Part 2, Chapter 4 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 4, In Green Street. Uncertain whether the impression that Prosper Profonde was dangerous should be traced to his attempt to give Val the Mayfly filly, to a remark of Fleur's, "He's like the hosts of Midian, he prowls and prowls around," to his preposterous inquiry of Jack Cardigan, "What's the use of keeping fit?" or more simply to the fact that he was a foreigner, or alien as it was now called. Certain that Annette was looking particularly handsome, and that Soames had sold him a Gauguin and then torn up the cheque, so that Monsieur Profonde himself had said, "I didn't get that small picture I bought from Mr. Forsyte." However suspiciously regarded, he still frequented Winifred's evergreen little house in Green Street with a good-natured obtuseness which no one mistook for naivety, a word hardly applicable to Monsieur Prosper Profonde. Winifred still found him amusing, and would write him little notes saying, "Come and have a jolly with us." It was breath of life to her to keep up with the phrases of the day. The mystery with which all felt him to be surrounded was due to his having done, seen, heard, and known everything, and found nothing in it, which was unnatural. The English type of disillusionment was familiar enough to Winifred, who had always moved in fashionable circles. It gave a certain cachet or distinction, so that one got something out of it. But to see nothing in anything, not as a pose, but because there was nothing in anything, was not English, and that which was not English one could not help secretly feeling dangerous, if not precisely bad form. It was like having the mood which the war had left, seated, dark, heavy, smiling, indifferent, in your Empire chair. It was like listening to that mood talking through thick pink lips above a little diabolic beard. It was, as Jack Cardigan expressed it, for the English character at large, a bit too thick. For if nothing was really worth getting excited about, there were always games, and one could make it so. Even Winifred, ever a Forsyte at heart, felt that there was nothing to be had out of such a mood of disillusionment, so that it really ought not to be there. Monsieur Profonde, in fact, made the mood too plain in a country which decently veiled such realities. When Fleur, after her hurried return from Robin Hill, came down to dinner that evening, the mood was standing at the window of Winifred's little drawing-room, looking out into Green Street, with an air of seeing nothing in it. And Fleur gazed promptly into the fireplace, with an air of seeing a fire which was not there. Monsieur Profonde came from the window. He was in full fig, with a white waistcoat and a white flower in his buttonhole. "Well, Miss Forsyte," he said, "I'm awfully pleased to see you. Mr. Forsyte well? I was saying to-day I wanted to see him have some pleasures. He worries." "You think so?" said Fleur shortly. "Worries," repeated Monsieur Profonde, burring the R's. Fleur spun round. "Shall I tell you," she said, "what would give him pleasure?" But the words, "to hear that you have cleared out," died at the expression on his face. All his fine white teeth were showing. "I was hearing at the club to-day about his old trouble." Fleur opened her eyes. "What do you mean?" Monsieur Profonde moved his sleek head as if to minimize his statement. "Before you were born," he said, "that small business." Though conscious that he had cleverly diverted her from his own share in her father's worry, Fleur was unable to withstand a rush of nervous curiosity. "Tell me what you heard." "Why," murmured Monsieur Profonde, "you know all that." "I expect I do, but I should like to know that you haven't heard it all wrong." "His first wife," murmured Monsieur Profonde. choking back the words, "He was never married before," she said, "Well, what about her?" "Mr. George Forsyte was telling me about your father's first wife marrying his cousin Jolyon afterward. It was a small bit unpleasant, I should think. I saw their boy. Nice boy." Fleur looked up. Monsieur Profond was swimming, heavily diabolical, before her. That the reason! With the most heroic effort of her life so far she managed to arrest that swimming figure. She could not tell whether he had noticed. And just then Winifred came in. "Oh, here you both are already. Imogen and I have had the most amusing afternoon at the Babies' Bazaar." "What babies?" said Fleur mechanically. "The Save the Babies. I got such a bum, my dear, a piece of old Armenian work from before the flood. I want your opinion on it, Prosper." "Auntie!" whispered Fleur suddenly. At the tone in the girl's voice Winifred closed in on her. "What's the matter? Aren't you well?" Monsieur Profond had withdrawn into the window, where he was practically out of hearing. "Auntie, he told me that father has been married before. Is it true that he divorced her, and she married John Forsyte's father?" Never in all the life of the mother of four little darties had Winifred felt more seriously embarrassed. Her niece's face was so pale, her eyes so dark, her voice so whispery and strained. "Your father didn't wish you to hear," she said, with all the aplomb she could muster. "These things will happen. I've often told him he ought to let you know." "Oh," said Fleur, and that was all, but it made Winifred pat her shoulder, a firm little shoulder, nice and white. She never could help an appraising eye and touch in the matter of her niece, who would have to be married, of course, though not to that boy John. "We've forgotten all about it years and years ago," she said comfortably. "Come and have dinner." "No, auntie, I don't feel very well. May I go upstairs?" "My dear," murmured Winifred, concerned, "you're not taking this to heart? Why, you haven't properly come out yet. That boy's a child." "What boy? I've only got a headache, but I can't stand that man to-night." "Well, well," said Winifred, "go and lie down. I'll send you some bromide, and I shall talk to Prosper Profond. What business had he to gossip? Though I must say I think it's much better you should know." Fleur smiled. "Yes," she said, and slipped from the room. She went up with her head whirling, a dry sensation in her throat, a guttered, frightened feeling in her breast. Never in her life as yet had she suffered from even momentary fear that she would not get what she had set her heart on. The sensations of the afternoon had been full and poignant, and this gruesome discovery coming on the top of them had really made her head ache. No wonder her father had hidden that photograph so secretly behind her own, ashamed of having kept it. But could he hate John's mother and yet keep her photograph? She pressed her hands over her forehead, trying to see things clearly. Had they told John? Had her visit to Robin Hill forced them to tell him? Everything now turned on that. She knew they all knew, except, perhaps, John. She walked up and down, biting her lip and thinking desperately hard. John loved his mother. If they had told him, what would he do? She could not tell, but if they had not told him, should she not? Could she not get him for herself, get married to him, before he knew? She searched her memories of Robin Hill. His mother's face, so passive, with its dark eyes, and as if powdered hair, its reserve, its smile, baffled her. And his father's, kindly, sunken, ironic. Instinctively she felt they would shrink from telling John, even now, shrink from hurting him. For of course it would hurt him awfully to know. Her aunt must be made not to tell her father that she knew. So long as neither she herself nor John were supposed to know, there was still a chance, freedom to cover one's tracks and get what her heart was set on. But she was almost overwhelmed by her isolation. Everyone's hand was against her, everyone's. It was as John had said. He and she just wanted to live, and the past was in their way, a past they hadn't shared in and didn't understand. Oh, what a shame! And suddenly she thought of June. Would she help them? For somehow June had left on her the impression that she would be sympathetic with their love, impatient of obstacle. Then instinctively she thought, I won't give anything away, though, even to her. I daren't. I mean to have John against them all. Soup was brought to her, and one of Winifred's pet headache cachets. She swallowed both. Then Winifred herself appeared. Fleur opened her campaign with the words, You know, Auntie, I do wish people wouldn't think I'm in love with that boy. Why, I've hardly seen him. Winifred, though experienced, was not fine. She accepted the remark with considerable relief. Of course, it was not pleasant for the girl to hear of the family scandal, and she set herself to minimise the matter, a task for which she was eminently qualified, raised fashionably under a comfortable mother and a father whose nerves might not be shaken, and, for many years, the wife of Montague Darty. Her description was a masterpiece of understatement. Fleur's father's first wife had been very foolish. There had been a young man who had got run over, and she had left Fleur's father. Then, years after, when it might all have come right again, she had taken up with their cousin Jolyon, and of course her father had been obliged to have a divorce. Nobody remembered anything of it now, except just the family, and perhaps it had all turned out for the best. Her father had Fleur, and Jolyon and Irene had been quite happy, they said, and their boy was a nice boy. Val having Holly, too, is a sort of plaster, don't you know? With these soothing words Winifred patted her niece's shoulder, thought, She's a nice plump little thing, and went back to Prosper Profond, who, in spite of his indiscretion, was very amusing this evening. For some minutes after her aunt had gone, Fleur remained under influence of bromide, material and spiritual. But then reality came back. Her aunt had left out all that mattered, all the feeling, the hate, the love, the unforgivingness of passionate hearts. She, who knew so little of life and had touched only the fringe of love, was yet aware by instinct that words have as little relation to fact and feeling as coin to the bread it buys. Poor father, she thought, poor me, poor John. But I don't care, I mean to have him. From the window of her darkened room she saw that man issue from the door below and prowl away. If he and her mother, how would that affect her chance? Surely it must make her father cling to her more closely, so that he would consent in the end to anything she wanted, or become reconciled the sooner to what she did without his knowledge. She took some earth from the flower-box in the window, and with all her might flung it after that disappearing figure. It fell short, but the action did her good, and a little puff of air came up from Green Street, smelling of petrol, not sweet. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2, Part 5 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 5, Purely Forsyte Affairs. Soames, coming up to the city with the intention of calling in at Green Street at the end of his day and taking Fleur back home with him, suffered from rumination. Sleeping partner that he was, he seldom visited the city now, but he still had a room of his own at Cuthcott, Kingston and Forsytes, and one special clerk and a half assigned to the management of purely Forsyte affairs. They were somewhat in flux just now, an auspicious moment for the disposal of house property, and Soames was unloading the estates of his father and Uncle Roger, and to some extent of his uncle Nicholas. His shrewd and matter-of-course probity in all money concerns had made him something of an autocrat in connection with these trusts. If Soames thought this or thought that, one had better save oneself the bother of thinking too. He guaranteed, as it were, irresponsibility to numerous Forsytes of the third and fourth generations. His fellow trustees, such as his cousins Roger or Nicholas, his cousins-in-law Tweetyman and Spender, or his sister Cicely's husband, all trusted him. He signed first, and where he signed first they signed after, and nobody was a penny the worse. Just now they were all a good many pennies the better, and Soames was beginning to see the close of certain trusts, except for distribution of the income from securities as gilt-edged as was compatible with the period. Passing the more feverish parts of the city toward the most perfect backwater in London, he ruminated. Money was extraordinarily tight, morality extraordinarily loose. The war had done it. Banks were not lending, people breaking contracts all over the place. There was a feeling in the air, and a look on faces that he did not like. The country seemed in for a spell of gambling and bankruptcies. There was satisfaction in the thought that neither he nor his trusts had an investment which could be affected by anything less maniacal than national repudiation or a levy on capital. If Soames had faith, it was in what he called English common sense, or the power to have things, if not one way, then another. He might, like his father James before him, say he didn't know what things were coming to, but he never in his heart believed they were. If it rested with him, they wouldn't, and after all he was only an Englishman like any other, so quietly tenacious of what he had that he knew he would never really part with it without something more or less equivalent in exchange. His mind was essentially equilibristic in material matters, and his way of putting the national situation difficult to refute in a world composed of human beings. Take his own case, for example. He was well off. Did that do anybody harm? He did not eat 10 meals a day. He ate no more than, perhaps not so much as, a poor man. He spent no money on vice, breathed no more air, used no more water to speak of than the mechanic or the porter. He certainly had pretty things about him, but they had given employment in the making, and somebody must use them. He bought pictures, but art must be encouraged. He was, in fact, an accidental channel through which money flowed, employing labour. What was there objectionable in that? In his charge, money was in quicker and more useful flux than it would be in charge of the state, and a lot of slow-fly, money-sucking officials. And as to what he saved each year, it was just as much in flux as what he didn't save, going into water board or council stocks or something sound and useful. The state paid him no salary for being trustee of his own or other people's money. He did all that for nothing. Therein lay the whole case against nationalisation. Owners of private property were unpaid, and yet had every incentive to quicken up the flux. Under nationalisation, just the opposite. In a country smarking from officialism, he felt that he had a strong case. It particularly annoyed him, entering that backwater of perfect peace, to think that a lot of unscrupulous trusts and combinations had been cornering the market in goods of all kinds and keeping prices at an artificial height. Such abusers of the individualistic system were the ruffians who caused all the trouble, and it was some satisfaction to see them getting into a stew at fast, lest the whole thing might come down with a run and land them in the soup. The offices of Cuthbert, Kingston and Forsyte occupied the ground and first floors of a house on the right-hand side, and, ascending to his room, Soames thought, "Time we had a coat of paint." His old clerk Gradman was seated where he always was, at a huge bureau with countless pigeon-holes. Half the clerk stood beside him, with a broker's note recording investment of the proceeds from sale of the Bryanston Square house in Roger Forsyte's estate. Soames took it and said, "Vancouver City stock. It's down to-day." With a sort of grating ingratiation, old Gradman answered him, Yes, but everything's down, Mr. Soames." And half the clerk withdrew. Soames skewered the document onto a number of other papers and hung up his hat. "I want to look at my will and marriage settlement, Grabman." Old Grabman, moving to the limit of his swivel chair, drew out 2 drafts from the bottom left-hand drawer. Recovering his body, he raised his grizzle-haired face, very red from stooping. "Copies, sir?" Soames took them. It struck him suddenly how like Grabman was to the stout brindled yard dog they had been wont to keep on his chain at the shelter, till one day Fleur had come and insisted it should be let loose, so that it had at once bitten the cook and been destroyed. If you let Grabman off his chain, would he bite the cook? Checking this frivolous fancy, Soames unfolded his marriage settlement. He had not looked at it for over 18 years, not since he remade his will when his father died and Fleur was born. He wanted to see whether the words "during coverture" were in. Yes, they were. Odd expression when you thought of it, and derived perhaps from horse-breeding. Interest on £15,000, which he paid her without deducting income tax, so long as she remained his wife, and afterward, during widowhood, dum casta, old-fashioned and rather pointed words put in to ensure the conduct of Fleur's mother. His will made it up to an annuity of 1,000 under the same conditions. All right. He returned the copies to Grabman, who took them without looking up, swung the chair, restored the papers to their drawer, and went on casting up. "Grabman, I don't like the condition of the country. There are a lot of people about without any common sense. I want to find a way by which I can safeguard Miss Fleur against anything which might arise." Grabman wrote the figure 2 on his blotting paper. "Yes," he said, "there's a nasty spirit." "The ordinary restraint against anticipation doesn't meet the case." "No," said Grabman. "Suppose those Labour fellows come in, or worse. It's these people with fixed ideas who are the danger. Look at Ireland." "Ah," said Grabman. "Suppose I were to make a settlement on her at once, with myself as beneficiary for life. They couldn't take anything but the interest from me, unless, of course, they alter the law." Grabman moved his head and smiled. He said, they wouldn't do that." "I don't know," muttered Soames. "I don't trust them." "It'll take 2 years, sir, to be valid against death duties." Soames sniffed. 2 years? He was only 65. "That's not the point. Draw a form of settlement that passes all my property to Miss Fleur's children in equal shares, with antecedent life interests first to myself and then to her, without power of anticipation, and add a clause that in the event of anything happening to divert her life interest, that interest passes to the trustees to apply for her benefit in their absolute discretion." Grabman grated. "Rather extreme at your age, sir. You lose control." "That's my business," said Soames sharply. Grabman wrote on a piece of paper, "Life interest, anticipation, divert interest, absolute discretion," and said, "What trustees? There's young Mr. Kingston. He's a nice, steady young fellow." "Yes, he might do for one. I must have 3. There isn't a Forsyte now who appeals to me." "Not young Mr. Nicholas? He's at the bar. We've given him briefs." "He'll never set the Thames on fire," said Soames. A smile oozed out of Grabman's face, greasy from countless mutton chops, the smile of a man who sits all day. "You can't expect it at his age, Mr. Soames." "Why, what is he, 40? "Yes, quite a young fellow." "Well, put him in. But I want somebody who'll take a personal interest. There's no one that I can see. What about Mr. Valerius, now he's come home?" "Val darted with that father?" "Well," murmured Grabman, he has been dead 7 years. The statute runs against him." "No," said Soames, "I don't like the connection." He rose. Grabman said suddenly, "If they were making a levy on capital, they could come on down on the trustees, sir. So there you'd be just the same. I'd think it over, if I were you." "That's true," said Soames. "I will. What have you done about that dilapidation notice in Vere Street?" "I haven't served it yet. The party's very old. She won't want to go out at her age." I don't know. This spirit of unrest touches everyone. Still, I'm looking at things broadly, sir. She's 81. Better serve it, said Soames, and see what she says. Oh, and Mr. Timothy, is everything in order in case of... I've got the inventory of his estate all ready, had the furniture and pictures valued so we know what reserve to put on. I shall be sorry when he goes, though. Dear me, it is a time since I first saw Mr. Timothy. We can't live for ever, said Soames, taking down his hat. No, said Grabman, but it'll be a pity, the last of the old family. Shall I take up the matter of that nuisance in Old Compton Street? Those organs, they're nasty things. Do. I must call for Miss Fleur and catch the 4 o'clock. Good day, Grabman. Good day, Mr. Soames. I hope Miss Fleur... well enough, but gads about too much. Yes, grated Grabman. She's young. Soames went out, musing. Old Grabman. If he were younger, I'd put him in the trust. There's nobody I can depend on to take a real interest. Leaving the bilious and mathematical exactitude, the preposterous peace of that backwater, he thought suddenly, During coverture? Why can't they exclude fellows like Profond instead of a lot of hard-working Germans? And was surprised at the depth of uneasiness which could provoke so unpatriotic a thought. But there it was. One never got a moment of real peace. There was always something at the back of everything. And he made his way towards Green Street. 2 hours later by his watch, Thomas Grabman, stirring in his swivel chair, closed the last drawer of his bureau, and putting into his waistcoat pocket a bunch of keys so fat that they gave him a protuberance on the liver side, brushed his old top hat round with his sleeve, took his umbrella, and descended. Thick, short, and buttoned closely into his old frock-coat, he walked towards Covent Garden Market. He never missed that daily promenade to the Tube for Highgate, and seldom some critical transaction on the way in connection with vegetables and fruit. Generations might be born, and hats might change, wars be fought, and Forsytes fade away. But Thomas Grabman, faithful and grey, would take his daily walk and buy his daily vegetable. Times were not what they were, and his son had lost a leg, and they never gave him those nice little plaited baskets to carry the stuff in now, and these tubes were convenient things. Still, he mustn't complain. His health was good, considering his time of life, and after 54 years in the law, he was getting around 800 a year, and a little worried of late, because it was mostly collector's commission on the rents, and with all this conversion of Forsyte property going on, it looked like drying up, and the price of living still so high. But it was no good worrying. The good God made us all, as he was in the habit of saying. Still, house property in London, he didn't know what Mr. Roger or Mr. James would say if they could see it being sold like this. Seemed to show a lack of faith. But Mr. Soames, he worried. Life and lives in being, and 21 years after. Beyond that you couldn't go. Still, he kept his health wonderfully. And Miss Fleur was a pretty little thing. She was. She'd marry. But lots of people had no children nowadays. He had had his first child at 22, and Mr. Jolyon, married while he was at Cambridge, had his child the same year. Gracious Peter! That was back in 69, a long time before old Mr. Jolyon, fine judge of property, had taken his will away from Mr. James. Dear, yes. Those were the days when they were buying property right and left, and none of this khaki and falling over one another to get out of things, and cucumbers at twopence, and a melon, the old melons that made your mouth water. 50 years since he went into Mr. James's office, and Mr. James had said to him, "Now, Grabman, you're only a shaver. You pay attention, and you'll make your 500 a year before you're done." And he had, and feared God, and served the Forsytes, and kept a vegetable diet at night. And, buying a copy of John Bull, not that he approved of it, an extravagant affair, he entered the Tube elevator with his mere brown-papered parcel, and was borne down into the bowels of the earth. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 6 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3. To Let by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 6. Soames' Private Life. On his way to Green Street, it occurred to Soames that he ought to go into Demetrius in Suffolk Street about the possibility of the Boulderby Old Crome. Almost worth while to have fought the war to have the Boulderby Old Crome, as it were, in flux. Old Boulderby had died, his son and grandson had been killed. A cousin was coming into the estate, who meant to sell it. Some said because of the condition of England, others said because he had asthma. If Demetrius once got hold of it, the price would become prohibitive. It was necessary for Soames to find out whether Demetrius had got it, before he tried to get it himself. He therefore confined himself to discussing with Demetrius whether Monticelli's would come again, now that it was the fashion for a picture to be anything except a picture, and the future of John's, with a side-slip into Buxton Nights. It was only when leaving that he added, "So they're not selling the Boulderby Old Crome after all?" In sheer pride of racial superiority, as he had calculated would be the case, Demetrius replied, "Oh, I shall get it, Mr. Forsyte, sir." The flutter of his eyelid fortified Soames in a resolution to write direct to the new Boulderby, suggesting that the only dignified way of dealing with an old crome was to avoid dealers. He therefore said, "Well, good day," and went, leaving Demetrius the wiser. At Green Street he found that Fleur was out, and would be all the evening. She was staying one more night in London. He cabbed on dejectedly, and caught his train. He reached his house about 6 o'clock. The air was heavy, midges biting, thunder about. Taking his letters, he went up to his dressing-room to cleanse himself of London. An uninteresting post. A receipt, a bill for purchases on behalf of Fleur, a circular about an exhibition of etchings, a letter beginning, "Sir, I feel it my duty—" That would be an appeal or something unpleasant. He looked at once for the signature. There was none. Incredulously he turned the page over and examined each corner. Not being a public man, Soames had never yet had an anonymous letter, and his first impulse was to tear it up as a dangerous thing. His second, to read it as a thing still more dangerous. "Sir, I feel it my duty to inform you that, having no interest in the matter, your lady is carrying on with a foreigner." Reaching that word, Soames stopped mechanically and examined the postmark. So far as he could pierce the impenetrable disguise in which the post office had wrapped it, there was something with a C, S-E-A, at the end, and a T in it. Chelsea? No. Battersea? Perhaps. He read on. "These foreigners are all the same. Sack the lot. This one meets your lady twice a week. I know it of my own knowledge, and to see an Englishman put on goes against the grain. You watch it, and see if what I say isn't true. I shouldn't meddle if it wasn't a dirty foreigner that's in it. Yours obedient." The sensation with which Soames dropped the letter was similar to that he would have entering his bedroom and finding it full of black beetles. The meanness of anonymity gave a shuddering obscenity to the moment. And the worst of it was that this shadow had been at the back of his mind ever since the Sunday evening when Fleur had pointed down at Prosper Profond strolling on the lawn, and said, "Prowling cat." Had he not in connection therewith this very day perused his will and marriage settlement? And now this anonymous ruffian, with nothing to gain apparently, save the venting of his spite against foreigners, had wrenched it out of the obscurity in which he had hoped and wished it would remain. To have such knowledge forced on him at this time of life, about Fleur's mother! He picked the letter up from the carpet, tore it across, and then, when it hung together by just the fold at the back, stopped tearing, and reread it. He was taking at that moment one of the decisive resolutions of his life. He would not be forced into another scandal, no. However he decided to deal with this matter, and it required the most far-sighted and careful consideration, he would do nothing that might injure Fleur. That resolution taken, his mind answered the helm again, and he made his ablutions. His hands trembled as he dried them. Scandal he would not have, but something must be done to stop this sort of thing. He went into his wife's room and stood looking around him. The idea of searching for anything which would incriminate and entitle him to hold a menace over her did not even come to him. There would be nothing. She was much too practical. The idea of having her watched had been dismissed before it came. Too well he remembered his previous experience of that. No, he had nothing but this torn-up letter from some anonymous ruffian whose impudent intrusion into his private life he so violently resented. It was repugnant to him to make use of it, but he might have to. What a mercy if Fleur was not at home tonight. A tap on the door broke up his painful cogitations. "Mr. Michael Mont, sir, is in the drawing-room. Will you see him?" "No," said Soames. "Yes, I'll come down." Anything that would take his mind off for a few minutes. Michael Mont, in flannels, stood on the veranda smoking a cigarette. He threw it away as Soames came up, and ran his hand through his hair. Soames' feeling towards this young man was singular. He was no doubt a rackety, irresponsible young fellow, according to old standards, yet somehow likeable, with his extraordinarily cheerful way of blurting out his opinions. "Come in," he said. "Have you had tea?" Mont came in. "I thought Fleur would have been back, sir, but I'm glad she isn't. The fact is, I'm fearfully gone on her. So fearfully gone that I thought you'd better know. It's old-fashioned, of course, coming to father's first, but I thought you'd forgive that. I went to my own dad, and he says if I settle down he'll see me through. He rather cottons to the idea, in fact. I told him about your Goya." "Oh," said Soames, inexpressibly dry. "He rather cottons?" "Yes, sir. Do you?" Soames smiled faintly. "You see," resumed Mont, twiddling his straw hat, while his hair, ears, eyebrows, all seemed to stand up from excitement, "when you've been through the war, you can't help being in a hurry." "To get married and unmarried afterward?" said Soames slowly. "Not from Fleur, sir. Imagine if you were me." Soames cleared his throat. That way of putting it was forcible enough. "Fleur's too young," he said. "Oh, no, sir. We're awfully old nowadays. My dad seems to me a perfect babe. His thinking apparatus hasn't turned a hair. But he's a baronite, of course. That keeps him back." "Baronite," repeated Soames. "What may that be?" "Bart, sir. I shall be a Bart some day, but I shall live it down, you know." "Go away and live this down," said Soames. Young Mont said imploringly, Oh, no, sir. I simply must hang around, or I shouldn't have a dog's chance. You'll let Fleur do what she likes, I suppose, anyway. Madam passes me." "Indeed," said Soames frigidly. "You don't really bar me, do you?" And the young man looked so doleful that Soames smiled. "You may think you're very old," he said, "but you strike me as extremely young. To rattle ahead of everything is not a proof of maturity." "All right, sir, I give you our age, but to show you I mean business, I've got a job." "Glad to hear it." "Joined a publisher. My governor is putting up the stakes." Soames put his hand over his mouth. He had so very nearly said, "God help the publisher." His grey eyes scrutinized the agitated young man. "I don't dislike you, Mr. Mont, but Fleur is everything to me. Everything. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I know, but so she is to me." "That's as may be. I'm glad you've told me, however. And now I think there's nothing more to be said." "I know it rests with her, sir." "It will rest with her a long time, I hope." "You aren't cheering?" said Mont suddenly. "No," said Soames. My experience of life has not made me anxious to couple people in a hurry. Good night, Mr. Mont. I shan't tell Fleur what you've said."
"Oh,"
murmured Mont blankly.
"I really could knock my brains out for want of her. She knows that perfectly well."
"I dare say." And Soames held out his hand. A distracted squeeze, a heavy sigh, and soon after sounds from the young man's motor-cycle called up visions of flying dust and broken bones. The younger generation, he thought heavily, and went out onto the lawn. The gardeners had been mowing, but there was still the smell of fresh-cut grass. The thundery air kept all scents close to earth. The sky was of a purplish hue, the poplars black. 2 or 3 boats passed on the river, scuttling, as it were, for shelter before the storm. 3 days fine weather, thought Soames, and then a storm. Where was Annette? With that chap, for all he knew, she was a young woman. Impressed with the queer charity of that thought, he entered the summer-house and sat down. The fact was, and he admitted it, Fleur was so much to him that his wife was very little. French, had never been much more than a mistress, and he was getting indifferent to that side of things. It was odd how, with all this ingrained care for moderation and secure investment, Soames ever put his emotional eggs into one basket. First Irene, now Fleur. He was dimly conscious of it, sitting there, conscious of its odd dangerousness. It had brought him to wreck and scandal once, but now it should save him. He cared so much for Fleur that he would have no further scandal. If only he could get at that anonymous letter-writer, he would teach him not to meddle and stir up mud at the bottom of water which he wished would remain stagnant. A distant flash, a low rumble, and large drops of rain spattered on the thatch above him. He remained indifferent, tracing a pattern with his finger on the dusty surface of a little rustic table. Fleur's future. I want fair sailing for her, he thought. Nothing else matters at my time of life. A lonely business, life. What you had you could never keep to yourself. As you warned one off, you let another in. One could make sure of nothing. He reached up and pulled a red rambler rose from a cluster which blocked the window. Flowers grew and dropped. Nature was a queer thing. The thunder rumbled and crashed, travelling east along a river. The paling flashes flicked his eyes. The poplar tops showed sharp and dense against the sky. A heavy shower rustled and rattled and veiled in the little house wherein he sat, indifferent, thinking. When the storm was over, he left his retreat and went down the wet path to the river bank. 2 swans had come, sheltering in among the reeds. He knew the birds well, and stood watching the dignity and the curve of those white necks and formidable snake-like heads. Not dignified what I have to do, he thought, and yet it must be tackled, lest worse befell. Annette must be back by now from wherever she had gone, for it was nearly dinner-time, and as the moment for seeing her approached, the difficulty of knowing what to say and how to say it had increased. A new and scaring thought occurred to him. Suppose she wanted her liberty to marry this fellow? Well, if she did, she couldn't have it. He had not married her for that. The image of Prosper Profond dawdled before him reassuringly. Not a marrying man. No, no. Anger replaced that momentary scare. He had better not come my way, he thought. The mongrel represented... But what did Prosper Profond represent? Nothing that mattered, surely, and yet something real enough in the world. Immorality let off its chain, disillusionment on the prowl. That expression Annette had caught from him, je m'en fiche. A fatalistic chap, a continental, a cosmopolitan, a product of the age. If there were condemnation more complete, Soames felt that he did not know it. The swans had turned their heads, and were looking past him into some distance of their own. One of them uttered a little hiss, wagged its tail, turned as if answering to a rudder, and swam away. The other followed. Their white bodies, their stately necks, passed out of his sight, and he went towards the house. Annette was in the drawing-room, dressed for dinner, and he thought as he went upstairs, handsome is as handsome does. Handsome. Except for remarks about the curtains in the drawing-room and the storm, there was practically no conversation during a meal distinguished by exactitude of quantity and perfection of quality. Soames drank nothing. He followed her into the drawing-room afterward, and found her smoking a cigarette on the sofa between the two French windows. She was leaning back almost upright in a low black frock, with her knees crossed and her blue eyes half closed. Grey-blue smoke issued from her red, rather full lips. Her fillet bound her chestnut hair. She wore the thinnest silk stockings, and shoes with very high heels showing off her instep. A fine piece in any room. Soames, who held that torn letter in a hand thrust deep into the side pocket of his dinner jacket, said, "I'm going to shut the window, the damp's lifting in." He did so, and stood looking at a David Cox adorning the cream-panelled wall close by. What was she thinking of? He had never understood a woman in his life, except Fleur, and Fleur not always. His heart beat fast. But if he meant to do it, now was the moment. Turning from the David Cox, he took out the torn letter. "I've had this." Her eyes widened, stared at him, and hardened. Soames handed her the letter. "It's torn, but you can read it." And he turned back to the David Cox, a sea-piece of good tone, but without movement enough. "I wonder what that chap's doing at this moment," he thought. "I'll astonish him yet." Out of the corner of his eye he saw Annette holding the letter rigidly. Her eyes moved from side to side under her darkened lashes and frowning darkened eyes. She dropped the letter, gave a little shiver, smiled, and said, "Dirty." "I quite agree," said Soames. "Degrading. Is it true?" A tooth fastened on her red lower lip. "And what if it were?" She was brazen. "Is that all you have to say?" "No." "Well, speak out." "What is the good of talking?" Soames said icily, "So you admit it?" "I admit nothing. You are a fool to ask. A man like you should not ask. It is dangerous." Soames made a tour of the room to subdue his rising anger. "Do you remember," he said, halting in front of her, "what you were when I married you? Working at accounts in a restaurant. Do you remember that I was not half your age?" Soames broke off the hard encounter of their eyes, and went back to the David Cox. "I'm not going to bandy words. I require you to give up this friendship. I think of the matter entirely as it affects Fleur." "Ah, Fleur." "Yes," said Soames stubbornly, "Fleur. She is your child as well as mine." "It is kind to admit that." "Are you going to do what I say?" "I refuse to tell you." "Then I must make you." Annette smiled. "No, Soames," she said, "you are helpless. You do not say things that you will regret." Anger swelled the veins on his forehead. He opened his mouth to vent that emotion, and could not. Annette went on. "There shall be no more such letters, I promise you. That is enough." Soames writhed. He had a sense of being treated like a child by this woman who had deserved he did not know what. "When two people have married and lived like us, Soames, they had better be quiet about each other. There are things one does not drag up into the light for people to laugh at. You will be quiet, then, not for my sake, for your own. You are getting old. I am not, yet. You have made me very practical." Soames, who had passed through all the sensations of being choked, repeated dully, "I require you to give up this friendship." "And if I do not? Then I will cut you out of my will." Somehow it did not seem to meet the case. Annette laughed. "You will live a long time, Soames." You are a bad woman," said Soames suddenly. Annette shrugged her shoulders. "I do not think so. Living with you has killed things in me, it is true, but I am not a bad woman. I am sensible, that is all. And so will you be when you have thought it over." "I shall see this man," said Soames suddenly, "and warn him off." "Mon cher, you are funny. You do not want me. You have as much of me as you want, and you wish the rest of me to be dead. I admit nothing, but I am not going to be dead, Soames, at my age. So you had better be quiet, I tell you. I myself will make no scandal, none. Now, I am not saying any more, whatever you do." She reached out, took a French novel off a little table, and opened it. Soames watched her, silenced by the tumult of his feelings. The thought of that man was almost making him want her, and this was a revelation of their relationship, startling to one little given to introspective philosophy. Without saying another word, he went out and up to the picture gallery. This came of marrying a Frenchwoman, and yet without her there would have been no Fleur. She had served her purpose. "She's right," he thought. "I can do nothing. I don't even know that there's anything in it." The instinct of self-preservation warned him to batten down his hatches, to smother the fire with want of air. Unless one believed there was something in a thing, there wasn't. That night he went into her room. She received him in the most matter-of-fact way, as if there had been no scene between them, and he returned to his own room with a curious sense of peace. If one didn't choose to see, one needn't. And he did not choose. In future he did not choose. There was nothing to be gained by it. Nothing. Opening the drawer, he took from the sachet a handkerchief and the framed photograph of Fleur. When he had looked at it a little, he slipped it down, and there was that other one, that old one of Irene. An owl hooted while he stood in his window gazing at it. The owl hooted, the red climbing roses seemed to deepen in colour. There came a scent of lime blossom. God! That had been a different thing. Passion, memory, dust. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 7 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3. To Let by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 7. June Takes a Hand. One who was a sculptor, a Slav, a sometime resident in New York, an egoist and impecunious, was to be found of an evening in June Forsyte's studio on the bank of the Thames at Chiswick. On the evening of July the 6th, Boris Strumelovsky, several of whose works were on show there because they were as yet too advanced to be on show anywhere else, had begun well, with that aloof and rather Christ-like silence which admirably suited his youthful, round, broad cheek-boned countenance, framed in bright hair banged like a girl's. June had known him 3 weeks, and he still seemed to her the principal embodiment of genius and hope of the future, a sort of star of the East which had strayed into an unappreciative West. Until that evening he had conversationally confined himself to recording his impressions of the United States, whose dust he had just shaken from off his feet. A country, in his opinion, so barbarous in every way that he had sold practically nothing there, and become an object of suspicion to the police. A country, as he said, without a race of its own, without liberty, equality, or fraternity, without principles, traditions, taste, without, in a word, a soul. He had left it for his own good, and come to the only other country where he could live well. June had dwelt unhappily on him in her lonely moments, standing before his creations. Frightening, but powerful and symbolic once they had been explained. That he, haloed by bright hair like an early Italian painting, and absorbed in his genius to the exclusion of all else, the only sign, of course, by which real genius could be told, should still be a lame duck, agitated her warm heart almost to the exclusion of Paul Post. And she had begun to take steps to clear her gallery, in order to fill it with Strumilovsky masterpieces. She had at once encountered trouble. Paul Post had kicked. Vospovich had stung. With all the emphasis of a genius, which she did not as yet deny them, they had demanded another 6 weeks at least of her gallery. The American stream, still flowing in, would soon be flowing out. The American stream was their right, their only hope, their salvation, since nobody in this beastly country cared for art. June had yielded to the demonstration. After all, Boris would not mind their having the full benefit of an American stream, which he himself so violently despised. This evening she had put that to Boris with nobody else present except Hannah Hobday, the medieval black and whiteist, and Jimmy Portugal, editor of the Neo-Artist. She put it to him with that sudden confidence which continual contact with the neo-artistic world had never been able to dry up in her warm and generous nature. He had not broken his Christ-like silence, however, for more than 2 minutes, before she began to move her blue eyes from side to side, as a cat moves its tail. This, he said, was characteristic of England, the most selfish country in the world, the country which sucked the blood of other countries, destroyed the brains and hearts of Irishmen, Hindus, Egyptians, Boers, and Burmese, all the best races in the world, bullying, hypocritical England. This was what he had expected, coming to such a country where the climate was all fog, and the people all tradesmen perfectly blind to art, and sunk in profiteering and the grossest materialism. Conscious that Hannah Hobday was murmuring "Hear, hear," and Jimmy Portugal sniggering, June grew crimson and suddenly rapped out, "Then why did you ever come? We didn't ask you." The remark was so singularly at variance with all she had led him to expect from her, that Strumilovsky stretched out his hand and took a cigarette. "England never wants an idealist," he said. But in June something primitively English was thoroughly upset. Old Jolyon's sense of justice had risen, as it were, from bed. "You come and sponge on us," she said, "and then abuse us. If you think that's playing the game, I don't." She now discovered that which others had discovered before her, the thickness of hide beneath which the sensibility of genius is sometimes veiled. Strumilovsky's young and ingenuous face became the incarnation of a sneer. "Sponge! One does not sponge, one takes what is owing, a 10th part of what is owing. You will repent to say that, Miss Forsyte." "Oh no," said June, "I shan't." "Ah, we know very well, we artists, you take us to get what you can get out of us. I want nothing from you." And he blew out a cloud of June's smoke. Decision rose in an icy puff from the turmoil of insulted shame within her. "Very well, then, you can take your things away." And almost in the same moment she thought, "Poor boy, he's only got a garret, and probably not a taxi fare. In front of these people, too, it's positively disgusting." Young Strumilovsky shook his head violently. His hair, thick, smooth, close as a golden plate, did not fall off. "I can live on nothing," he said shrilly. "I've often had to for the sake of my art. It is you bourgeois who force us to spend money." The words hit June like a pebble in the ribs. After all she had done for art, all her identification with its troubles and lame ducks. She was struggling for adequate words when the door was opened, and her Austrian murmured, "A young lady knocks at Fräulein." "Where?" "In the little meal-room." With a glance at Boris Strumilovsky, at Hannah Hobday, at Jimmy Portugal, June said nothing, and went out, devoid of equanimity. Entering the little meal-room, she perceived the young lady to be Fleur, looking very pretty, if pale. At this disenchanted moment a little lame duck of her own breed was welcome to June, so homeopathic by instinct. The girl must have come, of course, because of John, or if not, at least to get something out of her, and June felt just then that to assist somebody was the only bearable thing. "So you've remembered to come," she said. "Yes, what a jolly little duck of a house, but please don't let me bother you if you've got people." "Not at all," said June. "I want to let them stew in their own juice for a bit. Have you come about John?" "You said we ought to be told. Well, I've found out." "Oh," said June blankly. "Not nice, is it?" They were standing, one on each side of the little bare table at which June took her meals. A vase on it was full of Iceland poppies. The girl raised her hand and touched them with a gloved finger. To her new-fangled dress, frilly about the hips and tight below the knees, June took a sudden liking, a charming colour, flax blue. She makes a picture, thought June. A little room with its whitewashed walls, its floor and hearth of old pink brick, its black paint and latticed window athwart which the last of the sunlight was shining, had never looked so charming, set off by this young figure with the creamy, slightly frowning face. She remembered with sudden vividness how nice she herself had looked in those old days when her heart was set on Philip Bosinney, that dead lover, who had broken from her to destroy for ever Irene's allegiance to this girl's father. Did Fleur know of that too? "Well," she said, "what are you going to do?" It was some seconds before Fleur answered. "I don't want John to suffer. I must see him once more to put an end to it." "You're going to put an end to it? What else is there to do?" The girl seemed to June suddenly intolerably spiritless. "I suppose you're right," she muttered. "I know my father thinks so, but I should never have done it myself. I can't take things lying down." How poised and watchful that girl looked, how unemotional her voice sounded. "People will assume that I'm in love." "Well, aren't you?" Fleur shrugged her shoulders. "I might have known it," thought June. "She's Soames's daughter, fish, and yet he—" "What do you want me to do, then?" she said with a sort of disgust. "Could I see John here to-morrow on his way down to Holly's? He'd come if you sent him a line to-night, and perhaps afterward you'd let them know quietly at Robin Hill that it's all over, and then they needn't tell John about his mother." "All right," said June abruptly. "I'll write now, and you can post it. 2:30 to-morrow. I shan't be in myself." She sat down at the tiny bureau which filled one corner. When she looked round with the finished note, Fleur was still touching the poppies with her gloved finger. June licked a stamp. "Well, here it is. If you're not in love, of course there's no more to be said. John's lucky." Fleur took the note. "Thanks awfully." Cold-blooded little baggage, thought June. John, son of her father, to love and not be loved by the daughter of Soames. It was humiliating. "Is that all?" Fleur nodded. Her frills shook and trembled as she swayed towards the door. "Good-bye." "Good-bye. Little piece of fashion," muttered June, closing the door. "That family!" And she marched back towards her studio. Boris Strumolowski had regained his Christ-like silence, and Jimmy Portugal was damning everybody, except the group in whose behalf he ran the neo-artist. Among the condemned were Eric Cobley and several other lame duck genii, who at one time or another had held first place in the repertoire of June's aid and adoration. She experienced a sense of futility and disgust, and went to the window to let the river wind blow those squeaky words away. But when at length Jimmy Portugal had finished and gone with Hannah Hobday, she sat down and mothered young Strumolowski for half an hour, promising him a month at least of the American stream, so that he went away with his halo in perfect order, In spite of all, June thought, Boris is wonderful. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 8 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 8, The Bit Between the Teeth. To know that your hand is against everyone's is, for some natures, to experience a sense of moral release. Fleur felt no remorse when she left June's house. Reading condemnatory resentment in her little kinswoman's blue eyes, she was glad that she had fooled her, despising June because that elderly idealist had not seen what she was after. End it, forsooth! She would soon show them all that she was only just beginning, and she smiled to herself on the top of the bus which carried her back to Mayfair. But the smile died, squeezed out by spasms of anticipation and anxiety. Would she be able to manage John? She had taken the bit between her teeth, but could she make him take it too? She knew the truth and the real danger of delay. He knew neither. Therein lay all the difference in the world. "Suppose I tell him," she thought. "Wouldn't it really be safer?" This hideous luck had no right to spoil their love. He must see that. They could not let it. People always accepted an accomplished fact in time. From that piece of philosophy, profound enough at her age, she passed to another consideration less philosophic. If she persuaded John to a quick and secret marriage, and he found out afterward that she had known the truth, what then? John hated subterfuge. Again, then, would it not be better to tell him? But the memory of his mother's face kept intruding on that impulse. Fleur was afraid. His mother had power over him, more power perhaps than she herself. Who could tell? It was too great a risk. Deep sunk in these instinctive calculations, she was carried on past Green Street as far as the Ritz Hotel. She got down there and walked back on the Green Park side. The storm had washed every tree. They still dripped. Heavy drops fell onto her frills, and to avoid them she crossed over under the eyes of the Iseeum Club. Chancing to look up, she saw Monsieur Profond with a tall, stout man in the bay window. Turning into Green Street, she heard her name called, and saw that prowler coming up. He took off his hat, a glossy bowler such as he particularly detested. "Good evening, Miss Forsyte. Isn't there a small thing I can do for you?" "Yes, pass by on the other side." "I say, why do you dislike me?" "Do I? It looks like it." "Well then, because you make me feel life isn't worth living." Monsieur Profond smiled. "Look here, Miss Forsyte, don't worry. It'll be all right. Nothing lasts." "Things do last," cried Fleur. "With me, anyhow. Especially likes and dislikes." "Well, that makes me a bit unhappy." "I should have thought nothing could ever make you happy or unhappy." "I don't like to annoy other people. I'm going on my yacht." Fleur looked at him, startled. "Where?" "A small voyage to the South Seas, or somewhere," said Monsieur Profond. Fleur suffered relief and a sense of insult. Clearly he meant to convey that he was breaking with her mother. How dared he have anything to break, and yet how dared he break it? "Good night, Miss Forsyte. Remember me to Mrs. Darty. I'm not so bad, really. Good night." Fleur left him standing there with his hat raised. Stealing a look round, she saw him stroll, immaculate and heavy, back towards his club. "He can't even love with conviction," she thought. "What will mother do?" Her dreams that night were endless and uneasy. She rose heavy and unrested, and went at once to the study of Whitaker's Almanac. A Forsyte is instinctively aware that facts are the real crux of any situation. She might conquer John's prejudice, but without exact machinery to complete their desperate resolve, nothing would happen. From the invaluable tome she learned that they must each be 21, or someone's consent would be necessary, which of course was unobtainable. Then she became lost in directions concerning licenses, certificates, notices, districts, coming finally to the word perjury. But that was nonsense. Who would really mind their giving wrong ages in order to be married for love? She ate hardly any breakfast, and went back to Whittaker. The more she studied, the less sure she became, till, idly turning the pages, she came to Scotland. People could be married there without any of this nonsense. She had only to go and stay there 21 days, then John could come, and in front of 2 people they could declare themselves married, and what was more, they would be. It was far the best way, and at once she ran over her schoolfellows. There was Mary Lamb, who lived in Edinburgh, and was quite a sport. She had a brother, too. She could stay with Mary Lamb, who with her brother would serve for witnesses. She well knew that some girls would think all this unnecessary, and that all she and John need do was to go away together for a week-end, and then say to their people, "We are married by nature, we must now be married by law." But Fleur was Forsyte enough to feel such a proceeding dubious, and to dread her father's face when he heard of it. Besides, she did not believe that John would do it. He had an opinion of her such as she could not bear to diminish. No, Mary Lamb was preferable, and it was just the time of year to go to Scotland. More at ease now, she packed, avoided her aunt, and took a bus to Chiswick. She was too early, and went on to Kew Gardens. She found no peace among its flower-beds, labelled trees, and broad green spaces, and having lunched off anchovy-paste sandwiches and coffee, returned to Chiswick and rang June's bell. The Austrian admitted her to the little meal-room. Now that she knew what she and John were up against, her longing for him had increased tenfold, as if he were a toy with sharp edges or dangerous paint, such as they had tried to take from her as a child. If she could not have her way, and get John for good and all, she felt like dying of privation. By hook or crook she must and would get him. A round dim mirror of very old glass hung over the prink-break hearth. She stood looking at herself reflected in it, pale and rather dark under the eyes. Little shudders kept passing through her nerves. Then she heard the bell ring, and, stealing to the window, saw him standing on the doorstep, smoothing his hair and lips, as if he too were trying to subdue the fluttering of his nerves. She was sitting on one of the 2 rush-seated chairs, with her back to the door when he came in, and she said at once, "Sit down, John. I want to talk seriously." John sat on the table by her side, and without looking at him she went on, "If you don't want to lose me, we must get married." John gasped. "Why? Is there anything new?" "No, but I felt it at Robin Hill, and among my people." But, stammered John, "at Robin Hill it was all smooth, and they've said nothing to me." "But they mean to stop us. Your mother's face was enough, and my father's." "Have you seen him since?" Fleur nodded. What mattered a few supplementary lies? "But," said John eagerly, "I can't see how they can feel like that after all these years." Fleur looked up at him. "Perhaps you don't love me enough." "Not love you enough? Why, then make sure of me." "Without telling them?" "Not till after." John was silent. How much older he looked than on that day barely 2 months ago when she first saw him. Quite 2 years older. "It would hurt mother awfully," he said. Fleur drew her hand away. "You've got to choose." John slid off the table onto his knees. "But why not tell them? They can't really stop us, Fleur." "They can. I tell you they can." "How?" "We're utterly dependent, by putting money pressure and all sorts of other pressure. I'm not patient, John." "But it's deceiving them." Fleur got up. "You can't really love me, or you wouldn't hesitate. He either fears his fate too much." Lifting his hands to her waist, John forced her to sit down again. She hurried on. "I've planned it all out. We're only going to go to Scotland. When we're married they'll soon come round. People always come round to facts, don't you see, John? But to hurt them so awfully!" So he'd rather hurt her than those people of his. "All right, then, let me go." John got up and put his back against the door. "I expect you're right," he said slowly, "but I want to think it over." She could see that he was seething with feelings he wanted to express, but she did not mean to help him. She hated herself at this moment, and almost hated him. Why had she to do all the work to secure their love? It wasn't fair. And then she saw his eyes, adoring and distressed. "Don't look like that. I only don't want to lose you, John." "You can't lose me so long as you want me." "Oh, yes, I can." John put his hands on her shoulders. "Fleur, do you know anything you haven't told me?" It was the point-blank question she had dreaded. She looked straight at him and answered, "No." She had burnt her boats, but what did it matter if she got him? He would forgive her. And throwing her arms round his neck, she kissed him on the lips. She was winning. She felt it in the beating of his heart against her, in the closing of his eyes. "I want to make sure. I want to make sure," she whispered. "Promise." John did not answer. His face had the stillness of extreme trouble. At last he said, "It's like hitting them. I must think a little, Fleur. I really must." Fleur slipped out of his arms. "Oh, very well." And suddenly she burst into tears of disappointment, shame, and overstrain. Followed 5 minutes of acute misery. John's remorse and tenderness knew no bounds, but he did not promise. Despite her will to cry, "Very well, then, if you don't love me enough, good-bye," she dared not. From birth accustomed to her own way, this check from one so young, so tender, so devoted, baffled and surprised her. She wanted to push him away from her, to try what anger and coldness would do. And again she dared not. The knowledge that she was scheming to rush him blindfold into the irrevocable weakened everything, weakened the sincerity of pique and the sincerity of passion. Even her kisses had not the lure she wished for them. That stormy little meeting ended inconclusively. "Will you some tea, Nargis and Fräulein?" Pushing John from her, she cried out, No, thank you. I'm just going." And before he could prevent her, she was gone. She went stealthily, mopping her gushed, stained cheeks, frightened, angry, very miserable. She had stirred up John so fearfully, yet nothing definite was promised or arranged. But the more uncertain and hazardous the future, the more the will to have worked its tentacles into the flesh of her heart, like some burrowing tick. No one was at Green Street. Winifred had gone with Imogen to see a play, which some said was allegorical, and others, "Very exciting, don't you know." It was because of what others said that Winifred and Imogen had gone. Fleur went on to Paddington. Through the carriage the air from the brick kilns of West Drayton and the late hay fields fanned her still gushed cheeks. Flowers had seemed to be had for the picking. Now they were all thorned and prickled. But the golden flower within the crown of spikes seemed to her tenacious spirit all the fairer and more desirable. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Simon Evers.
Part 2, Chapter 9 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 9. The Fat in the Fire. On reaching home, Fleur found an atmosphere so peculiar that it penetrated even the perplexed aura of her own private life. Her mother was inaccessibly entrenched in a brown study; her father contemplating fate in the vinery. Neither of them had a word to throw to a dog. Is it because of me, thought Fleur, or because of Profound? To her mother she said, "What's the matter with father?" Her mother answered with a shrug of her shoulders. To her father, "What's the matter with mother?" Her father answered, "Matter? What should be the matter?" and gave her a sharp look. "By the way," murmured Fleur, "Monsieur Profond is going a small voyage on his yacht to the South Seas." Soames examined a branch on which no grapes were growing. "This vine's a failure," he said. "I've had young Mont here. He asked me something about you." "Oh! How do you like him, father?" He's a product, like all these young people." "What were you at his age, dear?" Soames smiled grimly. "We went to work and didn't play about, flying and motoring and making love." "Didn't you ever make love?" She avoided looking at him while she said that, but she saw him well enough. His pale face had reddened; his eyebrows, where darkness was still mingled with the grey, had come close together. "I had no time or inclination to philander." "Perhaps you had a grand passion?" Soames looked at her intently. "Yes, if you want to know, and much good it did me." He moved away, along by the hot water pipes. Fleur tiptoed silently after him. "Tell me about it, father." Soames became very still. "What should you want to know about such things at your age?" "Is she alive?" He nodded. "And married?" "Yes." "It's John Forsyte's mother, isn't it? And she was your wife first." It was said in a flash of intuition. Surely his opposition came from his anxiety that she should not know of that old wound to his pride. But she was startled. To see someone so old and calm wince as if struck, to hear so sharp a note of pain in his voice. "Who told you that?" "If your aunt... I can't bear the affair talked of." "But, darling," said Fleur softly, "it's so long ago." "Long ago or not, Fleur stood stroking his arm. "I've tried to forget," he said suddenly. "I don't wish to be reminded." And then, as if venting some long and secret irritation, he added, "In these days people don't understand. Grand passion indeed! No one knows what it is." "I do," said Fleur, almost in a whisper. Soames, who had turned his back on her, spun round. "What are you talking of? A child like you." "Perhaps I've inherited it, father." "What?" "For her son, you see." He was pale as a sheet, and she knew that she was as bad. They stood staring at each other in the steamy heat, redolent of the mushy scent of earth, of potted geranium, and of vines coming along fast. "This is crazy," said Soames at last, between dry lips. Scarcely moving her own, she murmured, "Don't be angry, father. I can't help it." But she could see he wasn't angry, only scared, deeply scared. "I thought that foolishness," he stammered, "was all forgotten." "Oh no, it's 10 times what it was." Soames kicked at the hot water pipe. The hapless movement touched her, who had no fear of her father. None. "Dearest," she said, "what must be, must, you know." "Must?" repeated Soames. "You don't know what you're talking of. Has that boy been told?" The blood rushed into her cheeks. "Not yet." He had turned from her again, and with one shoulder a little raised, stood staring fixedly at a joint in the pipes. "It's most distasteful to me," he said suddenly. "Nothing could be more so. Son of that fellow. It's perverse." She had noted, almost unconsciously, that he did not say, "son of that woman," and again her intuition began working. Did the ghost of that grand passion linger in some corner of his heart? She slipped her hand under his arm. "John's father is quite ill and old. I saw him." "You?" "Yes, I went there with John. I saw them both." "Well, and what did they say to you?" "Nothing. They were very polite." "They would be." He resumed his contemplation of the pipe joint, and then said suddenly, "I must think this over. I'll speak to you again to-night." She knew this was final for the moment, and stole away, leaving him still looking at the pipe joint. She wandered into the fruit garden, among the raspberry and currant bushes, without impetus to pick and eat. 2 months ago she was light-hearted. Even 2 days ago, light-hearted, before Prosper Profond told her. Now she felt tangled in a web of passions, vested rights, oppressions and revolts, the ties of love and hate. At this dark moment of discouragement there seemed, even to her hold-fast nature, no way out. How deal with it? How sway and bend things to her will, and get her heart's desire? And suddenly, round the corner of the high box hedge, she came plump on her mother, walking swiftly, with an open letter in her hand. Her bosom was heaving, her eyes dilated, her cheeks flushed. Instantly Fleur thought, the yacht! Poor mother! Annette gave her a wide, startled look, and said, "J'ai la migraine." "I'm awfully sorry, mother." "Oh yes, you and your father. Sorry." "But, mother, I am. I know what it feels like." Annette's startled eyes grew wide, till the whites showed above them. "Poor innocent," she said. Her mother, so self-possessed and commonsensical, to look and speak like this! It was all frightening. Her father, her mother, herself; and only 2 months back they had seemed to have everything they wanted in this world. Annette crumpled the letter in her hand. Fleur knew that she must ignore the sight. "Can't I do anything for your head, mother?" Annette shook that head and walked on, swaying her hips. "It's cruel," thought Fleur, and I was glad. That man! What do men come prowling for, disturbing everything? I suppose he's tired of her. What business has he to be tired of my mother? What business? And at that thought, so natural and so peculiar, she uttered a little choked laugh. She ought, of course, to be delighted, but what was there to be delighted at? Her father didn't really care. Her mother did, perhaps. She entered the orchard, and sat down under a cherry tree. A breeze sighed in the higher boughs. The sky, seen through their green, was very blue and very white in cloud, those heavy white clouds almost always present in river landscape. Bees, sheltering out of the wind, hummed softly, and over the lush grass fell the thick shade from those fruit trees planted by her father 25 years ago. Birds were almost silent. The cuckoos had ceased to sing, but wood pigeons were cooing. The breath and drone and cooing of high summer were not for long a sedative to her excited nerves. Crouched over her knees, she began to scheme. Her father must be made to back her up. Why should he mind so long as she was happy? She had not lived for nearly 19 years without knowing that her future was all he really cared about. She had, then, only to convince him that her future could not be happy without John. He thought it a mad fancy. How foolish the old were, thinking they could tell what the young felt. Had not he confessed that he, when young, had loved with a grand passion? He ought to understand. "He piles up his money for me," she thought, "but what's the use, if I'm not going to be happy?" Money and all it bought did not bring happiness. Love only brought that. The ox-eyed daisies in this orchard, which gave it such a moony look sometimes, grew wild and happy and had their hour. "They oughtn't to have called me Fleur," she mused, "if they didn't mean me to have my hour and be happy while it lasts." Nothing real stood in the way, like poverty or disease, sentiment only, a ghost from the unhappy past. John was right. They wouldn't let you live, these old people. They made mistakes, committed crimes, and wanted their children to go on paying. The breeze died away. Midges began to bite. She got up, plucked a piece of honeysuckle, and went in. It was hot that night. Both she and her mother had put on thin, pale, low frocks. The dinner flowers were pale. Fleur was struck with the pale look of everything: her father's face, her mother's shoulder, the pale panelled walls, the pale grey velvety carpet, the lamp shade, even the soup was pale. There was not one spot of colour in the room, not even wine in the pale glasses, for no one drank it. What was not pale was black: her father's clothes, the butler's clothes, her retriever stretched out exhausted in the window, the curtains black with a cream pattern. A moth came in, and that was pale, and silent was that half-morning dinner in the heat. Her father called her back as she was following her mother out. She sat down beside him at the table, and unpinning the pale honeysuckle, put it to her nose. "I've been thinking," he said. "Yes, dear?" "It's extremely painful for me to talk, but there's no help for it. I don't know if you understand how much you are to me. I've never spoken of it. I didn't think it necessary. But you're everything. Your mother—" He paused, staring at his finger bowl of Venetian glass. "Yes?" "I've only you to look to. I've never had, never wanted anything else since you were born." "I know," Fleur murmured. Soames moistened his lips. "You may think this is a matter I can smooth over and arrange for you. You're mistaken. I'm helpless." Fleur did not speak. "Quite apart from my own feelings," went on Soames with more resolution, "those two are not amenable to anything I can say. They hate me as people always hate those whom they have injured." "But John—" "He's their flesh and blood, her only child. Probably he means to her what you mean to me. It's a deadlock." "No!" cried Fleur. "No, father!" Soames leaned back, the image of pale patience, as if resolved on the betrayal of no emotion. "Listen," he said. "You're putting the feelings of 2 months, against the feelings of 35 years. What chance do you think you have? 2 months, your very first love affair, a matter of half a dozen meetings, a few walks and talks, a few kisses. Against what you can't imagine, what no one could who hasn't been through it. Come, be reasonable, Fleur. It's midsummer madness." Fleur tore the honeysuckle into little slow bits. "The madness is in letting the past spoil it all." "What do we care about the past? It's our lives, not yours." Soames raised his hand to his forehead, where suddenly she saw moisture shining. "Whose child are you?" he said. "Whose child is he? The present is linked with the past, the future with both. There's no getting away from that." She had never heard philosophy pass those lips before. Impressed, even in her agitation, she leaned her elbows on the table, her chin on her hands. "But, father, consider it practically. We want each other. There's ever so much money, and nothing whatever in the way but sentiment. Let's bury the past, father." His answer was a sigh. "Besides," said Fleur gently, "you can't prevent us." "I don't suppose," said Soames, "that if left to myself I should try to prevent you. I must put up with things, I know, to keep your affection. But it's not I who control this matter. That's what I want you to realise before it's too late. If you go on thinking you can get your way and encourage this feeling, the blow will be much heavier when you find you can't." "Oh!" cried Fleur. "Help me, father. You can help me, you know." Soames made a startled movement of negation. "I?" he said bitterly. "Help? I am the impediment. The just cause and impediment, isn't that the jargon? You have my blood in your veins." He rose. "Well, the fat's in the fire. If you persist in your wilfulness you'll have yourself to blame. Come, don't be foolish, my child, my only child." Fleur laid her forehead against his shoulder. All was in such turmoil within her, but no good to show it, no good at all. She broke away from him and went out into the twilight, distraught, but unconvinced. All was indeterminate and vague within her, like the shapes and shadows in the garden, except her will to have. A poplar pierced up into the dark blue sky and touched a white star there. The dew wetted her shoes and chilled her bare shoulders. She went down to the river bank and stood gazing at a moon streak on the darkening water. Suddenly she smelled tobacco smoke, and a white figure emerged as if created by the moon. It was young Mont in flannels, standing in his boat. She heard the tiny hiss of his cigarette extinguished in the water. "Fleur," came his voice, "don't be hard on a poor devil. I've been waiting hours." "For what?" "Come in my boat." "Not I." "Why not?" "I'm not a water nymph." "Haven't you any romance in you? Don't be modern, Fleur." He appeared on the path within a yard of her. "Go away." "Fleur, I love you. Fleur." Fleur uttered a short laugh. "Come again," she said, "when I haven't got my wish." "What is your wish?" "Ask another." "Fleur," said Mont, and his voice sounded strange, "don't mock me. Even vivisected dogs are worth decent treatment before they're cut up for good." Fleur shook her head, but her lips were trembling. "Well, you shouldn't make me jump. Give me a cigarette." Mont gave her one, lighted it, and another for himself. "I don't want to talk rot," he said, "but please imagine all the rot that all the lovers that ever were have talked, and all my special rot thrown in." "Thank you, I have imagined it. Good night." They stood for a moment facing each other in the shadow of an acacia tree with very moonlit blossoms, and the smoke from their cigarettes mingled in the air between them. "Also ran Michael Mont?" he said. Fleur turned abruptly toward the house. On the lawn she stopped to look back. Michael Mont was whirling his arms above him; she could see them dashing at his head, then waving at the moonlit blossoms of the acacia. His voice just reached her. "Jolly, jolly!" Fleur shook herself. She couldn't help him; she had too much trouble of her own. On the veranda she stopped very suddenly again. Her mother was sitting in the drawing-room at her writing-bureau, quite alone. There was nothing remarkable in the expression of her face except its utter immobility. But she looked desolate. Fleur went upstairs. At the door of her room she paused. She could hear her father walking up and down the picture gallery. Yes, she thought, jolly. Oh, John! End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Part 2, Chapter 10 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga. 3. To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 10. Decision. When Fleur left him, John stared at the Austrian. She was a thin woman, with a dark face, and the concerned expression of one who has watched every little good that life once had slip from her, one by one. "No tea?" she said. Susceptible to the disappointment in her voice, John murmured, "No, really, thanks." "A little cup, it ready? A little cup and cigarette." Fleur was gone. Hours of remorse and indecision lay before him, and with a heavy sense of disproportion he smiled and said, "Well, thank you." She brought in a little pot of tea with 2 little cups, and a silver box of cigarettes on a little tray. "Sugar? Miss Forsyte has much sugar. She buy my sugar, my friend's sugar also. Miss Forsyte is a very kind lady. I am happy to serve her. You her brother?" "Yes," said John, beginning to puff the second cigarette of his life. "A very young brother," said the Austrian, with a little anxious smile, which reminded him of the wag of a dog's tail. "May I give you some?" he said, "and won't you sit down, please?" The Austrian shook her head. "Your father, a very nice old man. The most nice old man I ever see. Miss Forsyte, tell me all about him. Is he better?" Her words fell on John like a reproach. "Oh, yes, I think he's all right." "I like to see him again," said the Austrian, putting a hand on her heart. "He have very kind heart." "Yes," said John, and again her words seemed to him a reproach. "He never give no trouble to no one, and smile so gentle." "Yes, doesn't he?" "He look at Miss Forsyte so funny sometimes. I tell him all my story. He so sympathetic. Your mother, she nice and well?" "Yes, very." "He have her photograph on his dressing table. Very beautiful." John gulped down his tea. This woman, with her concerned face and her reminding words, was like the first and second murderers. "Thank you," he said. "I must go now. May I leave this with you?" He put a 10-shilling note on the tray with a doubting hand, and gained the door. He heard the Austrian gasp, and hurried out. He had just time to catch his train, and all the way to Victoria looked at every face that passed, as lovers will, hoping against hope. On reaching Worthing, he put his luggage into the local train, and set out across the Downs for Wansdon, trying to walk off his aching irresolution. So long as he went full bat, he could enjoy the beauty of those green slopes, stopping now and again to sprawl on the grass, admire the perfection of a wild rose, or listen to a lark's song. But the war of motives within him was but postponed, the longing for Fleur and the hatred of deception. He came to the old chalk pit above Wansdon, with his mind no more made up than when he started. To see both sides of a question vigorously was at once John's strength and weakness. He tramped in just as the first dinner bell rang. His things had already been brought up. He had a hurried bath, and came down to find Holly alone. Val had gone to town, and would not be back till the last train. Since Val's advice to him to ask his sister what was the matter between the two families, so much had happened. Fleur's disclosure in the Green Park, her visit to Robin Hill, today's meeting, that there seemed nothing to ask. He talked of Spain, his sunstroke, Val's horses, their father's health. Holly startled him by saying that she thought their father was not at all well. She had been twice to Robin Hill for the week end. He had seemed fearfully languid, sometimes even in pain, but had always refused to talk about himself. "He's so awfully dear and unselfish, don't you think, John?" Feeling far from dear and unselfish himself, John answered, "Rather." "I think he's been a simply perfect father so long as I can remember." "Yes," answered John, very subdued. "He never interfered, and he's always seemed to understand. I shall never forget his letting me go to South Africa and the Boer War when I was in love with Val." "That was before he married Mother, wasn't it?" said John suddenly. "Yes. Why?" "Oh, nothing. Only, wasn't she engaged to Fleur's father first?" Holly put down the spoon she was using, and raised her eyes. Her stare was circumspect. What did the boy know? Enough to make it better to tell him? She could not decide. He looked strained and worried, altogether older, but that might be the sunstroke. "There was something," she said. "Of course, we were out there and got no news of anything." She could not take the risk. It was not her secret. Besides, she was in the dark about his feelings now. Before Spain, she had made sure he was in love. But boys were boys. That was 7 weeks ago, and all Spain between. She saw that he knew she was putting him off, and added, "Have you heard anything of Fleur?" "Yes." His face told her then more than the most elaborate explanations. So he had not forgotten. She said very quietly, "Fleur is awfully attractive, John, but, you know, Val and I don't really like her very much." "Why?" "We think she's got rather a having nature." "Having? I don't know what you mean. She..." He pushed his dessert plate away, got up and went to the window. Holly too got up and put her arm round his waist. "Don't be angry, John dear. We can't all see people in the same light, can we? You know, I believe each of us only has about 1 or 2 people who can see the best that's in us and bring it out. For you, I think it's your mother. I once saw her looking at a letter of yours. It was wonderful to see her face. I think she's the most beautiful woman I ever saw. Age doesn't seem to touch her." John's face softened, then again became tense. Everybody was against him and Fleur. It all strengthened the appeal of her words. "Make sure of me. Marry me, John." Here, where he had passed that wonderful week with her, the tug of her enchantment, the ache in his heart, increased with every minute that she was not there to make the room, the garden, the very air magical. Would he ever be able to live down here, not seeing her? And he closed up utterly, going early to bed. It would not make him healthy, wealthy, and wise, but it closeted him with memory of Fleur in her fancy frock. He heard Val's arrival, the Ford discharging cargo. Then the stillness of the summer night stole back, with only the bleating of very distant sheep, and a nightjar's harsh purring. He leant far out. Cold moon, warm air, the downs like silver, small wings, a stream bubbling, the rambler roses. God, how empty all of it without her! In the Bible it was written, "Thou shalt leave father and mother and cleave to—" Fleur. Let him have pluck and go and tell them. They couldn't stop him marrying her. They wouldn't want to stop him when they knew how he felt. Yes, he would go, bold and open. Fleur was wrong. The nightjar ceased. The sheep were silent. The only sound in the darkness was the bubbling of the stream. And John, in his bed, slept, freed from the worst of life's evils. Indecision. End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga. 3. To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 2, Chapter 11. Timothy Prophesies. On the day of the cancelled meeting at the National Gallery began the second anniversary of the resurrection of England's pride and glory, or more shortly, the top hat. Lord's, that festival which the war had driven from the field, raised its light and dark blue flags for the second time, displaying almost every feature of a glorious past. Here, in the luncheon interval, were all species of female and one species of male hat, protecting the multiple types of face associated with the classes. The observing Forsyte might discern in the free or unconsidered seats a certain number of the squash-hatted, but they hardly ventured onto the grass. The old school, or schools, could still rejoice that the proletariat was not yet paying the necessary half-crown. Here was still a close borough, the only one left on a large scale, for the papers were about to estimate the attendance at 10,000. And the 10,000, all animated by one hope, were asking each other one question: "Where are you lunching?" Something wonderfully uplifting and reassuring in that query, and the sight of so many people, like themselves, voicing it. What reserve power in the British realm! Enough pigeons, lobsters, lamb, salmon mayonnaise, strawberries, and bottles of champagne to feed the lot. No miracle in prospect, no case of 7 loaves and a few fishes. Faith rested on surer foundations. 6,000 top hats, 4,000 parasols would be doffed and furled. 10,000 mouths, all speaking the same English, would be filled. There was life in the old dog yet. Tradition, and again tradition. How strong and how elastic! Wars might rage, taxation prey, trades unions take toll, and Europe perish of starvation, but the 10,000 would be fed, and within their ring fence stroll upon green turf, wear their top hats, and meet themselves. The heart was sound, the pulse regular. "Eat, hun! Eat, hun! Harrow! Among the many Forsytes present on a hunting ground theirs by personal prescriptive right, or proxy, was Soames with his wife and daughter. He had not been at either school. He took no interest in cricket, but he wanted Fleur to show her frock, and he wanted to wear his top hat, parade it again in peace and plenty among his peers. He walked sedately, with Fleur between him and Annette. No women equalled them, so far as he could see. They could walk and hold themselves up. There was substance in their good looks. The modern woman had no build, no chest, no anything. He remembered suddenly with what intoxication of pride he had walked round with Irene in the first years of his first marriage, and how they used to lunch on the drag which his mother would make his father have, because it was so chic. All drags and carriages in those days, not these lumbering great stands. And how consistently Montague Dartie had drunk too much. He supposed that people drank too much still, but there was not the scope for it there used to be. He remembered George Forsyte, whose brothers Roger and Euston had been at Harrow and Eton, towering up on the top of the drag, waving a light blue flag with one hand and a dark blue flag with the other, and shouting "Etro! Hareton!" just when everybody was silent, like the buffoon he had always been. And Eustace got up to the nines below, too dandified to wear any colour or take any notice. Old days, and Irene in grey silk, shot with palest green. He looked sideways at Fleur's face. Rather colourless, no light, no eagerness. That love affair was preying on her. A bad business. He looked beyond at his wife's face, rather more touched up than usual, a little disdainful. Not that she had any business to disdain, as far as he could see. She was taking Profond's defection with curious quietude. Or was his small voyage just a blind? If so, he should refuse to see it. Having promenaded round the pitch and in front of the pavilion, they sought Winifred's table in the Bedouin Club tent. This club, a new cock and hen, had been founded in the interests of travel, and of a gentleman with an old Scottish name, whose father had somewhat strangely been called Levi. Winifred had joined, not because she had travelled, but because instinct told her that a club with such a name and such a founder was bound to go far. If one didn't join at once, one might never have the chance. Its tent, with a text from the Koran on an orange ground, and a small green camel embroidered over the entrance, was the most striking on the ground. Outside it they found Jack Cardigan, in a dark blue tie (he had once played for Harrow), batting with a Malacca cane to show how that fellow ought to have hit that ball. He piloted them in. Assembled in Winifred's corner were Imogen, Benedict with his young wife, Val Dartie without Holly, Maud and her husband, and after Soames and his two were seated, one empty place. "I'm expecting Prosper," said Winifred, "but he's so busy with his yacht." Soames stole a glance. No movement in his wife's face. Whether that fellow were coming or not, she evidently knew all about it. It did not escape him that Fleur too looked at her mother. If Annette didn't respect his feelings, she might think of Fleur's. The conversation, very desultory, was syncopated by Jack Cardigan talking about mid-off. He cited all the great mid-offs from the beginning of time, as if they had been a definite racial entity in the composition of the British people. Soames had finished his lobster and was beginning on pigeon pie, when he heard the words, "I'm a small bit late, Mrs. Dartie," and saw that there was no longer any empty place. That fellow was sitting between Annette and Imogen. Soames ate steadily on, with an occasional word to Maud and Winifred. Conversation buzzed around him. He heard the voice of Profond say: "I think you're mistaken, Mrs. Forsyte." "I'll bet Miss Forsyte agrees with me." "In what?" came Fleur's clear voice across the table. "I was saying young girls are much the same as they always were. There's a very small difference." "Do you know so much about them?" That sharp reply caught the ears of all, and Soames moved uneasily on his thin green chair. "Well, I don't know. I think they want their own small way, and I think they always did." "Indeed!" "Oh, but Prosper," Winifred interjected comfortably, "the girls in the streets, the girls who've been in munitions, the little flappers in the shops, their manners now really quite hit you in the eye." At the word "hit," Jack Cardigan stopped his disquisition, and in the silence Monsieur Profond said: "It was inside before, now it's outside, that's all." "But their morals!" cried Imogen. "Just as moral as they ever were, Mrs. Cardigan, but they've got more opportunity." The saying, so cryptically cynical, received a little laugh from Imogen, a slight opening of Jack Cardigan's mouth, and a creak from Soames's chair. Winifred said: "That's too bad, Prosper." "What do you say, Mrs. Forsyte? Don't you think human nature's always the same?" Soames subdued a sudden longing to get up and kick the fellow. He heard his wife reply: "Human nature is not the same in England as everywhere else." That was her confounded mockery. "Well, I don't know much about this small country. No, thank God," thought Soames. "But I should say the pot was boiling under the lid everywhere. We all want pleasure, and we always did. Damn the fellow! His cynicism was outrageous." When lunch was over, they broke up into couples for the digestive promenade. Too proud to notice, Soames knew perfectly that Annette and that fellow had gone prowling round together. Fleur was with Val. She had chosen him, no doubt, because he knew that boy. He himself had Winifred for partner. They walked in the bright circling stream, a little flushed and sated, for some minutes, till Winifred sighed: "I wish we were back 40 years, old boy." Before the eyes of her spirit an interminable procession of her own lord's frocks was passing, paid for with the money of her father, to save a recurrent crisis. "It's been very amusing after all. Sometimes I even wish Monty were back. What do you think of people nowadays, Soames?" "Precious little style. The thing began to go to pieces with bicycles and motor cars. The war has finished it." "I wonder what's coming," said Winifred in a voice dreamy from pigeon pie. "I'm not at all sure we shan't go back to crinolines and peg tops. Look at that dress." Soames shook his head. "There's money, but no faith in things. We don't lay by for the future. These youngsters, it's all a short life and a merry one with them." "There's a hat," said Winifred. "I don't know, when you come to think of the people killed and all that in the war, it's rather wonderful, I think. There's no other country. Prosper says the rest are all bankrupt except America, and of course her men always took their style in dress from us." "Is that chap," said Soames, "really going to the South Seas?" "Oh, one never knows where Prosper's going." "He's a sign of the times," muttered Soames, "if you like." Winifred's hand gripped his arm. "Don't turn your head," she said in a low voice, "but look to your right in the front row of the stand." Soames looked as best he could under that limitation. A man in a grey top hat, grey bearded, with thin brown folded cheeks and a certain elegance of posture, sat there with a woman in a lawn-coloured frock, whose dark eyes were fixed on himself. Soames looked quickly at his feet. How funnily feet moved, one after the other like that! Winifred's voice said in his ear: "Jolyon looks very ill, but he always had style. She doesn't change, except her hair." "Why did you tell Fleur about that business?" "I didn't. She picked it up. I always knew she would." "Well, it's a mess. She's set her heart upon that boy." "The little wretch!" murmured Winifred. "She tried to take me in about that. What shall you do, Soames?" "Be guided by events." They moved on, silent, in the almost solid crowd. "Really," said Winifred suddenly, "it almost seems like fate, only that's so old-fashioned. Look, there are George and Eustace." George Forsyte's lofty bulk had halted before them. "Hullo, Soames," he said. "Just met Profond and your wife. You'll catch 'em up if you put on pace. Did you ever go to see old Timothy?" Soames nodded, and the streams forced them apart. "I always liked old George," said Winifred. "He's so droll." "I never did," said Soames. "Where's your seat? I shall go to mine. Fleur may be back there." Having seen Winifred to her seat, he regained his own, conscious of small white distant figures running, the click of the bat, the cheers and counter cheers. No Fleur and no Annette. You could expect nothing of women nowadays. They had the vote, they were emancipated, and much good was it doing them. So Winifred would go back, would she, and put up with Dartie all over again. To have the past once more, to be sitting here as he had sat in '83 and '84, before he was certain that his marriage with Irene had gone all wrong, before her antagonism had become so glaring that with the best will in the world he could not overlook it. The sight of her with that fellow had brought all memory back. Even now he could not understand why she had been so impracticable. She could love other men, she had it in her. To himself, the one person she ought to have loved, she had chosen to refuse her heart. It seemed to him, fantastically, as he looked back, that all this modern relaxation of marriage, though its forms and laws were the same as when he married her, that all this modern looseness had come out of her revolt. It seemed to him, fantastically, that she had started it, till all decent ownership of anything had gone, or was on the point of going. All came from her. And now, a pretty state of things. Homes! How could you have them without mutual ownership? Not that he had ever had a real home, but had that been his fault? He had done his best, and his rewards were those two sitting in that stand, and this affair of Fleur's. And overcome by loneliness, he thought, shan't wait any longer. They must find their own way back to the hotel, if they mean to come. Hailing a cab outside the ground, he said, "Drive me to the Bayswater Road." His old aunts had never failed him. To them he had meant an ever welcome visitor. Though they were gone, there still was Timothy. Smither was standing in the open doorway. "Mr. Soames, I was just taking the air. Cook will be so pleased." "How is Mr. Timothy?" "Not himself at all these last few days, sir. He's been talking a great deal. Only this morning he was saying to me, 'My brother James, he's getting old.' His mind wanders, Mr. Soames, and then he will talk of them. He troubles about their investments. The other day he said, 'There's my brother Jolyon won't look at consols.' He seemed quite down about it. Come in, Mr. Soames, come in. It's such a pleasant change." "Well," said Soames, "just for a few minutes." "No," murmured Smither in the hall, where the air had the singular freshness of the outside day. "We haven't been very satisfied with him, not all this week. He's always been one to leave a titbit to the end, but ever since Monday he's been eating it first. If you notice a dog, Mr. Soames, at its dinner, it eats the meat first. We've always thought it such a good sign of Mr. Timothy, at his age, to leave it till the last. But now he seems to have lost all his self-control, and of course it makes him leave the rest. The doctor doesn't make anything of it, but—" Smither shook her head. "He seems to think he's got to eat it first in case he shouldn't get to it. That and his talking makes us anxious." "Has he said anything important?" "Oh, I shouldn't like to say that, Mr. Soames, but he's turned against his will. He gets quite pettish, and after having had it out every morning for years, it does seem funny. He said the other day, 'They want my money.' He gave me such a turn, because, as I said to him, nobody wants his money, I'm sure. And it does seem a pity he should be thinking about money at his time of life. I took my courage in my hands. 'You know, Mr. Timothy,' I said, 'my dear mistress'—that's Miss Forsyte, Mr. Soames—'Miss Anne that trained me. She never thought about money,' I said. 'It was all character with her.' He looked at me, I can't tell you how funny, and he said, quite dry, 'Nobody wants my character.' Think of his saying a thing like that! But sometimes he'll say something as sharp and sensible as anything." Soames, who had been staring at an old print by the hat-rack, thinking, "That's got value," murmured, "I'll go up and see him, Smither." "Cook's with him," answered Smither above her corsets. "She will be pleased to see you." He mounted slowly, with the thought, "Shan't care to live to be that age." On the second floor he paused and tapped. The door was opened, and he saw the round, homely face of a woman about 60. "Mr. Soames!" she said. "Why, Mr. Soames!" Soames nodded. "All right, cook?" and entered. Timothy was propped up in bed, with his hands joined before his chest, and his eyes fixed on the ceiling, where a fly was standing upside down. Soames stood at the foot of the bed, facing him. "Uncle Timothy," he said, raising his voice. "Uncle Timothy!" Timothy's eyes left the fly, and levelled themselves on his visitor. Soames could see his pale tongue passing over his darkish lips. "Uncle Timothy," he said again, "is there anything I can do for you? Is there anything you'd like to say?" "Ha!" said Timothy. "I've come to look you up and see that everything's all right." Timothy nodded. He seemed trying to get used to the apparition before him. "Have you got everything you want?" "No," said Timothy. "Can I get you anything?" "No," said Timothy. "I'm Soames, you know, your nephew, Soames Forsyte, your brother James's son." Timothy nodded. "I shall be delighted to do anything I can for you." Timothy beckoned. Soames went close to him. "You," said Timothy, in a voice which seemed to have outlived tone, "you tell them all from me. You tell them all," and his finger tapped on Soames's arm, "to hold on, hold on. Consols are going up." And he nodded thrice. "All right," said Soames, "I will." "Yes," said Timothy, and fixing his eyes again on the ceiling, he added, "That fly." Strangely moved, Soames looked at the cook's pleasant fattish face, all little puckers from staring at fires. "That'll do him the world of good, sir," she said. A mutter came from Timothy, but he was clearly speaking to himself, and Soames went out with the cook. "I wish I could make you a pink cream, Mr. Soames, like in old days. You did so relish them. Good bye, sir. It's been a pleasure." "Take care of him, cook. He is old." And shaking her crumpled hand, he went downstairs. Smither was still taking the air in the doorway. "What do you think of him, Mr. Soames?" Soames murmured. "He's lost touch." "Yes," said Smither. "I was afraid you'd think that, coming fresh out of the world to see him like." "Smither," said Soames, "we're all indebted to you." "Oh no, Mr. Soames, don't say that. It's a pleasure. He's such a wonderful man." "Well, good bye," said Soames, and got into his taxi. Going up, he thought, going up. Reaching the hotel at Knightsbridge, he went to their sitting room and rang for tea. Neither of them were in, and again that sense of loneliness came over him. These hotels, what monstrous great places they were now! He could remember when there was nothing bigger than Long's or Brown's, Morley's or the Tavistock, and the heads that were shaken over the Langham and the Grand. Hotels and clubs, clubs and hotels, no end to them now. And Soames, who had just been watching at Lord's a miracle of tradition and continuity, fell into reverie over the changes in that London where he had been born 65 years before. Whether Consols were going up or not, London had become a terrific property. No such property in the world, unless it were New York. There was a lot of hysteria in the paper nowadays, but anyone who, like himself, could remember London 60 years ago, and see it now, realised the fecundity and elasticity of wealth. They had only to keep their heads and go at it steadily. Why, he remembered cobblestones and stinking straw on the floor of your cab. And old Timothy, What could he not have told them if he had kept his memory? Things were unsettled, people in a funk or in a hurry, but here were London and the Thames, and out there the British Empire and the ends of the earth. Consols are going up. He shouldn't be a bit surprised. It was the breed that counted. And all that was bull-dogged in Soames stared for a moment out of his grey eyes, till diverted by the print of a Victorian picture on the walls. The hotel had bought 3 dozen of that little lot. The old hunting or Rake's Progress prints in the old inns were worth looking at, but this sentimental stuff, well, Victorianism had gone. Tell them to hold on, old Timothy had said. But to what were they to hold on in this modern welter of the democratic principle? Why, even privacy was threatened. And at the thought that privacy might perish, Soames pushed back his teacup and went to the window. Fancy owning no more of nature than the crowd out there owned of the flowers and trees and waters of Hyde Park. No, no. Private possession underlay everything worth having. The world had slipped its sanity a bit, as dogs now and again at full moon slipped theirs, and went off on a night's rabbiting. But the world, like the dog, knew where its bread was buttered and its bed warm, and would come back sure enough to the only home worth having, to private ownership. The world was in its second childhood for the moment, like old Timothy, eating its tit-bit first. He heard a sound behind him, and saw that his wife and daughter had come in. "So you're back," he said. Fleur did not answer. She stood for a moment looking at him and her mother, and then passed into her bedroom. Annette poured herself out a cup of tea. "I am going to Paris, to my mother, Soames." "Oh, to your mother?" "Yes." "For how long?" "I do not know." "And when are you going?" "On Monday." Was she really going to her mother? Odd how indifferent he felt. Odd how clearly she had perceived the indifference he would feel, so long as there was no scandal. And suddenly, between her and himself, he saw distinctly the face that he had seen that afternoon, Irene's. "Will you want money?" "Thank you, I have enough." "Very well. Let us know when you're coming back." Annette put down the cake she was fingering, and looking up through darkened lashes, said: "Shall I give Maman any message?" "My regards." Annette stretched herself, her hands on her waist, and said in French: "What luck you have never loved me, Soames." Then, rising, she too left the room. Soames was glad she had spoken it in French. It seemed to require no dealing with. Again, that other face, pale, dark-eyed, beautiful still. And there stirred, far down within him, the ghost of warmth, as from sparks lingering between a mound of flaky ash. And Fleur infatuated with her boy. Queer chance. Yet was there such a thing as chance? A man went down a street, a brick fell on his head. Ah, that was chance, no doubt. But this? Inherited, his girl had said. She was holding on. End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 1 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga. 3. To Let by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 1. Old Jolyon Walks. Twofold impulse had made Jolyon say to his wife at breakfast, "Let's go up to Lord's." Wanted something to abate the anxiety in which those two had lived during the 60 hours since John had brought Fleur down. Wanted, too, that which might assuage the pangs of memory in one who knew he might lose them any day. 58 years ago Jolyon had become an Eton boy. for old Jolyon's whim had been that he should be canonised at the greatest possible expense. Year after year he had gone to Lord's from Stanhope Gate with a father whose youth in the 1820s had been passed without polish in the game of cricket. Old Jolyon would speak quite openly of swipes, full tosses, half and three-quarter balls, and young Jolyon, with the guileless snobbery of youth, had trembled lest his sire should be overheard. Only in this supreme matter of cricket he had been nervous, for his father, in Crimean whiskers then, had ever impressed him as the beau ideal. Though never canonised himself, old Jolyon's natural fastidiousness and balance had saved him from the errors of the vulgar. How delicious, after howling in a top hat and a sweltering heat, to go home with his father in a hansom cab, bathe, dress, and forth to the Disunion Club, to dine off whitebait, cutlets, and a tart, and go, two swells, old and young, in lavender kid gloves, to the opera or play. And on Sunday, when the match was over and his top hat duly broken, down with his father in a special hansom to the Crown and Sceptre and the terrace above the river, the golden sixties, when the world was simple, dandies glamorous, democracy not born, and the books of White Melville coming thick and fast. A generation later, with his own boy, Jolly, Harrow buttonholed with cornflowers, by old Jolyon's whim his grandson had been canonised at a trifle less expense. Again Jolyon had experienced the heat and counter-passions of the day, and come back to the cool and strawberry beds of Robin Hill, and billiards after dinner, his boy making the most heartbreaking flukes and trying to seem languid and grown up. Those 2 days each year he and his son had been alone together in the world, one on each side, and democracy just born. And so he had unearthed a grey top hat, borrowed a tiny bit of light blue ribbon from Irene, and gingerly, keeping cool by car and train and taxi, had reached Lord's ground. There, beside her in a lawn-coloured frock with narrow black edges, he had watched the game, and felt the old thrill stir within him. When Soames passed, the day was spoiled. Irene's face was distorted by compression of the lips. No good to go on sitting here with Soames, or perhaps his daughter, recurring in front of them, like decimals. And he said, "Well, dear, if you've had enough, let's go." That evening Jolyon felt exhausted. Not wanting her to see him thus, he waited till she had begun to play, and stole off to the little study. He opened the long window for air, and the door that he might still hear her music drifting in, and, settled in his father's old armchair, closed his eyes, with his head against the worn brown leather. Like that passage of the César Franck sonata, so had been his life with her, a divine third movement. And now this business of John's, this bad business. Drifted to the edge of consciousness, he hardly knew if it were in sleep that he smelled the scent of a cigar, and seemed to see his father in the blackness before his closed eyes. That shape formed, went, and formed again, as if in the very chair where he himself was sitting. He saw his father, black-coated, with knees crossed, glasses balanced between thumb and finger, saw the big white moustaches and the deep eyes looking up below a dome of forehead and seeming to search his own, seeming to speak. "Are you facing it, Joe? It's for you to decide. She's only a woman." Ah, how well he knew his father in that phrase, how all the Victorian age came up with it. And his answer: "No, I've funked it. Funked hurting her and John and myself. I've got a heart. I've funked it." But the old eyes, so much older, so much younger than his own, kept at it. "It's your wife, your son, your past. Tackle it, my boy." Was it a message from walking spirit, or but the instinct of his sire living on within him? And again came that scent of cigar smoke from the old saturated leather. Well, he would tackle it, write to John and put the whole thing down in black and white. And suddenly he breathed with difficulty, with a sense of suffocation, as if his heart were swollen. He got up and went out into the air. The stars were very bright. He passed along the terrace, round the corner of the house, till through the window of the music-room he could see Irene at the piano, with lamplight falling on her powdery hair. Withdrawn into herself she seemed, her dark eyes staring straight before her, her hands idle. Jolyon saw her raise those hands and clasp them over her breast. "It's John with her," he thought, "all John. I'm dying out of her. It's natural." And, careful not to be seen, he stole back. Next day, after a bad night, he sat down to his task. He wrote, with difficulty and many erasures: "My dearest boy, you are old enough to understand how very difficult it is for elders to give themselves away to their young, especially when, like your mother and myself, though I shall never think of her as anything but young, their hearts are altogether set on him to whom they must confess. I cannot say we are conscious of having sinned exactly. People in real life very seldom are, I believe. But most persons would say we had, and at all events our conduct, righteous or not, has found us out. The truth is, my dear, we both have pasts, which it is now my task to make known to you, because they so grievously and deeply affect your future. Many, very many years ago, as far back indeed as 1883, when she was only 20, your mother had the great and lasting misfortune to make an unhappy marriage. No, not with me, John. Without money of her own, and with only a stepmother closely related to Jezebel, she was very unhappy in her home life. It was Fleur's father that she married, my cousin, Soames Forsyte. He had pursued her very tenaciously, and, to do him justice, was deeply in love with her. Within a week she knew the fearful mistake she had made. It was not his fault, it was her error of judgment, her misfortune. So far, Jolyon had kept some semblance of irony, but now his subject carried him away. "John, I want to explain to you, if I can, and it's very hard, how it is that an unhappy marriage such as this can so easily come about. You will, of course, say, if she didn't really love him, how could she ever have married him? You would be right, if it were not for one or two rather terrible considerations. From this initial mistake of hers, all the subsequent trouble, sorrow, and tragedy have come. And so I must make it clear to you if I can. You see, John, in those days, and even to this day, indeed, I don't see, for all the talk of enlightenment, how it can well be otherwise. Most girls are married ignorant of the sexual side of life. Even if they know what it means, they have not experienced it. That's the crux. It's this actual lack of experience, whatever verbal knowledge they have, which makes all the difference and all the trouble. In a vast number of marriages, and your mother's was one, girls are not and cannot be certain whether they love the man they marry or not. They do not know until after that act of union which makes the reality of marriage. Now, in many cases, perhaps in most doubtful cases, this act cements and strengthens the attachment. But in other cases, and your mother's was one, it is a revelation of mistake, a destruction of such attraction as there was. There is nothing more tragic in a woman's life than such a revelation, growing daily, nightly clearer. Coarse-grained and unthinking people are apt to laugh at such a mistake and say, "What a fuss about nothing." Narrow and self-righteous people, only capable of judging the lives of others by their own, are apt to condemn those who make this tragic error, to condemn them for life to the dungeons they have made for themselves. You know the expression, "She has made her bed, she must lie on it." It is a hard-mouthed saying, quite unworthy of a gentleman or lady in the best sense of these words, and I can use no stronger condemnation. I have not been what is called a moral man, but I wish to use no words to you, my dear, which will make you think lightly of ties or contracts into which you enter. Heaven forbid! But with the experience of a life behind me, I do say that those who condemn the victims of these tragic mistakes, condemn them and hold out no hands to help them, are inhuman, or rather they would be if they had the understanding to know what they are doing, but they haven't. Let them go. They are as much anathema to me as I, no doubt, am to them. I have had to say all this because I am going to put you into a position to judge your mother, and you are very young, without experience of what life is. To go on with the story. After 3 years of efforts to subdue her shrinking, I was going to say her loathing, and it's not too strong a word, for shrinking soon becomes loathing under such circumstances. 3 years of what to a sensitive, beauty-loving nature like your mother's, John, was torment. She met a young man who fell in love with her. He was the architect of this very house that we live in now. He was building it for her and Fleur's father to live in, a new prison to hold her, in place of the one she inhabited with him in London. Perhaps that fact played some part in what came of it, but in any case she too fell in love with him. I know it's not necessary to explain to you that one does not precisely choose with whom one will fall in love. It comes. Very well, it came. I can imagine, though she never said much to me about it, the struggle that then took place in her, because, John, she was brought up strictly, and was not light in her ideas, not at all. However, this was an overwhelming feeling, and it came to pass that they loved in deed as well as in thought. Then came a fearful tragedy. I must tell you of it, because if I don't, you will never understand the real situation that you now have to face. The man whom she married, Soames Forsyte, the father of Fleur, one night, at the height of her passion for this young man, forcibly reasserted his rights over her. The next day she met her lover and told him of it. Whether he committed suicide, or whether he was accidentally run over in his distraction, we never knew, but so it was. Think of your mother as she was that evening, when she heard of his death. I happened to see her. Your grandfather sent me to help her if I could. I only just saw her, before the door was shut against me by her husband. But I have never forgotten her face. I can see it now. I was not in love with her then, not for 12 years after, but I have never forgotten. My dear boy, it is not easy to write like this, but you see I must. Your mother is wrapped up in you, utterly, devotedly. I don't wish to write harshly of Soames Forsyte. I don't think harshly of him. I have long been sorry for him. Perhaps I was sorry even then. As the world judges, she was in error, he within his rights. He loved her, in his way. She was his property. That is the view he holds of life, of human feelings and hearts. Property. It was not his fault, so he was born. To me it is a view that has always been abhorrent. So was I born. Knowing you as I do, I feel it cannot be otherwise than abhorrent to you. Let me go on with the story. Your mother fled from his house that night. For 12 years she lived quietly, alone, without companionship of any sort, until in 1899 her husband—you see he was still her husband, for he did not attempt to divorce her, and she, of course, had no right to divorce him—became conscious, it seems, of the want of children, and commenced a long attempt to induce her to go back to him and give him a child. I was her trustee then, under your grandfather's will, and I watched this going on. While watching, I became attached to her, devotedly attached. His pressure increased, till one day she came to me here and practically put herself under my protection. Her husband, who was kept informed of all her movements, attempted to force us apart by bringing a divorce suit. Or possibly he really meant it. I don't know. But anyway, our names were publicly joined. That decided us, and we became united in fact. She was divorced, married me, and you were born. We have lived in perfect happiness, at least I have, and I believe your mother also. Soames, soon after the divorce, married Fleur's mother, and she was born. That is the story, John. I have told it you, because, by the affection which we see you have formed for this man's daughter, you are blindly moving forward to what must utterly destroy your mother's happiness, if not your own. I don't wish to speak of myself, because at my age there's no use supposing I shall cumber the ground much longer. Besides, what I should suffer would be mainly on her account and on yours. But what I want you to realise is that feelings of horror and aversion such as those can never be buried or forgotten. They are alive in her today. Only yesterday, at Lord's, we happened to see Soames Forsyte. Her face, if you had seen it, would have convinced you. The idea that you should marry his daughter is a nightmare to her, John. I have nothing to say against Fleur, save that she is his daughter. But your children, if you married her, would be the grandchildren of Soames as much as of your mother, of a man who once owned your mother as a man might own a slave. Think what that would mean. By such a marriage you enter the camp which held your mother prisoner, and wherein she ate her heart out. You are just on the threshold of life. You have only known this girl 2 months, and however deeply you think you love her, I appeal to you to break it off at once. Don't give your mother this rankling pain and humiliation during the rest of her life. Young though she will always seem to me, she is 57. Except for us two, she has no one in the world. She will soon only have you. Pluck up your spirit, John, and break away. Don't put this cloud and barrier between you. Don't break her heart. Bless you, my dear boy, and again forgive me for all the pain that this letter must bring you. We tried to spare it you, but Spain, it seems, was no good. Ever your devoted father, Jolyon Forsyte. Having finished his confession, Jolyon sat with a thin cheek on his hand, rereading. There were things in it which hurt him so much when he thought of John reading them, that he nearly tore the letter up. To speak of such things at all to a boy, his own boy, to speak of them in relation to his own wife and the boy's own mother, seemed dreadful to the reticence of his Forsyte soul. And yet, without speaking of them, how make John understand the reality, the deep cleavage, the ineffaceable scar? Without them, how justify this stifling of the boy's love? He might just as well not write at all. He folded the confession and put it in his pocket. It was, thank heaven, Saturday. He had till Sunday evening to think it over, for even if posted now it could not reach John till Monday. He felt a curious relief at this delay, and at the fact that, whether sent or not, it was written. In the rose garden, which had taken the place of the old fernery, he could see Irene snipping and pruning, with a little basket on her arm. She was never idle, it seemed to him, and he envied her now that he himself was idle nearly all his time. He went down to her. She held up a stained glove and smiled. A piece of lace tied under her chin concealed her hair, and her oval face, with its still dark brows, looked very young. "The green fly are awful this year, and yet it's cold. You look tired, Jolyon." Jolyon took the confession from his pocket. "I've been writing this. I think you ought to see it." "To John?" Her whole face had changed, in that instant, becoming almost haggard. "Yes, the murder's out." He gave it to her, and walked away among the roses. Presently, seeing that she had finished reading and was standing quite still, with the sheets of the letter against her skirt, he came back to her. "Well?" "It's wonderfully put. I don't see how it could be put better. Thank you, dear." "Is there anything you would like left out?" She shook her head. "No, he must know all if he's to understand." "That's what I thought, but I hate it." He had the feeling that he hated it more than she. To him, sex was so much easier to mention between man and woman than between man and man, and she had always been more natural and frank, not deeply secretive, like his Forsyte self. "I wonder if he will understand, even now, Jolyon. He's so young, and he shrinks from the physical." "He gets that shrinking from my father. He was as fastidious as a girl in all such matters. Would it be better to rewrite the whole thing, and just say you hated Soames?" Irene shook her head. "Hate's only a word. It conveys nothing. No, better as it is." "Very well. It shall go tomorrow." She raised her face to his, and in sight of the big house's many creepered windows, he kissed her. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Forsyte Saga. 3. To Let by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 2. Confession. Late that same afternoon, Jolyon had a nap in the old armchair. Face down on his knee was La Rôtisserie de la Reine Pédoc, and just before he fell asleep he was thinking, as a people, shall we ever really like the French? Will they ever really like us? He himself had always liked the French, feeling at home with their wit, their taste, their cooking. Irene and he had paid many visits to France before the war, when John had been at his private school. His romance with her had begun in Paris, his last and most enduring romance. But the French! No Englishman could like them who could not see them in some sort with the detached aesthetic eye. And with that melancholy conclusion he had nodded off. When he woke he saw John standing between him and the window. The boy had evidently come in from the garden, and was waiting for him to wake. Jolyon smiled, still half asleep. How nice the chap looked, sensitive, affectionate, straight. Then his heart gave a nasty jump, and a quaking sensation came over him. John, that confession! He controlled himself with an effort. "Why, John, where did you spring from?" John bent over and kissed his forehead. Only then he noticed the look on the boy's face. "I came home to tell you something, Dad." With all his might, Jolyon tried to get the better of the jumping, gurgling sensations within his chest. "Well, sit down, old man. Have you seen your mother?" "No." The boy's flushed look gave place to pallor. He sat down on the arm of the old chair, as in old days Jolyon himself used to sit beside his own father, installed in its recesses. Right up to the time of the rupture in their relations he had been wont to perch there. Had he now reached such a moment with his own son? All his life he had hated scenes like poison, avoided rows, gone on his own way quietly, and let others go on theirs. But now, it seemed, at the very end of things, he had a scene before him more painful than any he had avoided. He drew a visor down over his emotion, and waited for his son to speak. "Father," said John slowly, "Fleur and I are engaged." "Exactly," thought Jolyon, breathing with difficulty. "I know that you and Mother don't like the idea. Fleur says that Mother was engaged to her father before you married her. Of course I don't know what happened, but it must be ages ago. I'm devoted to her, Dad, and she says she is to me." Jolyon uttered a queer sound, half laugh, half groan. "You're 19, John, and I am 72. How are we to understand each other in a matter like this, eh?" "You love Mother, Dad. You must know what we feel. It isn't fair to us to let old things spoil our happiness, is it?" Brought face to face with his confession, Jolyon resolved to do without it, if by any means he could. He laid his hand on the boy's arm. "Look, John, I might put you off with talk about your both being too young and not knowing your own minds and all that, but you wouldn't listen. Besides, it doesn't meet the case. Youth, unfortunately, cures itself. You talk lightly about old things like that, knowing nothing, as you say, truly, of what happened. Now, have I ever given you reason to doubt my love for you, or my word?" At a less anxious moment he might have been amused by the conflict his words aroused. The boy's eager clasp to reassure him on these points, the dread on his face of what that reassurance would bring forth. But he could only feel grateful for the squeeze.
"Very well. You can believe what I tell you."
"If you don't give up this love affair, You will make Mother wretched to the end of her days. Believe me, my dear, the past, whatever it was, can't be buried. It can't indeed." John got off the arm of the chair. The girl, thought Jolyon, there she goes, starting up before him, life itself, eager, pretty, loving. "I can't, father. How can I, just because you say that? Of course I can't. John, if you knew the story, you would give this up without hesitation. You would have to. Can't you believe me?" "How can you tell what I should think, father? I love her better than anything in the world." Jolyon's face twitched, and he said with painful slowness, "Better than your mother, John?" From the boy's face and his clenched fists, Jolyon realised the stress and struggle he was going through. "I don't know," he burst out, "I don't know. But to give Fleur up for nothing, for something I don't understand, for something that I don't believe can really matter half so much, will make me... make you feel us unjust, put a barrier, yes. But that's better than going on with this. I can't. Fleur loves me and I love her. You want me to trust you. Why don't you trust me, father? We wouldn't want to know anything. We wouldn't let it make any difference. It'll only make us both love you and mother all the more." Jolyon put his hand into his breast pocket, but brought it out again empty, and sat clucking his tongue against his teeth. "Think what your mother's been to you, John. She has nothing but you. I shan't last much longer. Why not? It isn't fair to... Why not?" "Well," said Jolyon rather coldly, "because the doctors tell me I shan't, that's all." "Oh, Dad!" cried John, and burst into tears. This downbreak of his son, whom he had not seen cry since he was 10, moved Jolyon terribly. He recognised to the full how fearfully soft the boy's heart was, how much he would suffer in this business, and in life generally. And he reached out his hand helplessly, not wishing, indeed not daring, to get up. "Dear man," he said, "don't, or you'll make me." John smothered down his paroxysm and stood with face averted, very still. "What now?" thought Jolyon. "What can I say to him?" "By the way, don't speak of that to Mother," he said. "She has enough to frighten her with this affair of yours. I know how you feel, but, John, you know her and me well enough to be sure we wouldn't wish to spoil your happiness lightly. Why, my dear boy, we don't care for anything but your happiness. At least, with me it's just yours and Mother's, and with her just yours. It's all the future for you both that's at stake." John turned. His face was deadly pale. His eyes, deep in his head, seemed to burn. "What is it? What is it? Don't keep me like this." Jolyon, who knew that he was beaten, thrust his hand again into his breast pocket, and sat for a full minute, breathing with difficulty, his eyes closed. The thought passed through his mind, "I've had a good long innings, some pretty bitter moments. This is the worst." Then he brought his hand out with the letter, and said with a sort of fatigue, "Well, John, if you hadn't come to-day, I was going to send you this. I wanted to spare you. I wanted to spare your mother and myself. But I see it's no good. Read it, and I think I'll go into the garden." He reached forward to get up. John, who had taken the letter, said quickly, "No, I'll go," and was gone. Jolyon sank back in his chair. A bluebottle chose that moment to come buzzing round him with a sort of fury. The sound was homely, better than nothing. Where had the boy gone to read this letter? The wretched letter, the wretched story. A cruel business. Cruel to her, to Soames, to those two children, to himself. His heart thumped and pained him. Life, its loves, its work, its beauty, its aching, and its end. A good time, a fine time, in spite of all, until you regretted that you had ever been born. Life, it wore you down, yet it did not make you want to die. That was the cunning evil. Mistake to have a heart. Again the bluebottle came buzzing, bringing in all the heat and hum and scent of the summer. Yes, even the scent as of ripe fruits, dried grasses, sappy shrubs, and the vanilla breath of cows. And out there, somewhere in the fragrance, John would be reading that letter, turning and twisting its pages in his trouble, his bewilderment and trouble, breaking his heart about it. The thought made Jolyon acutely miserable. John was such a tender-hearted chap, affectionate to his bones, and conscientious too. It was so unfair, so damned unfair. He remembered Irene saying to him once, "Never was anyone born more loving and lovable than John." Poor little John! His world gone up the spout all of a summer afternoon. Youth took things so hard. And stirred, tormented by that vision of youth taking things hard, Jolyon got out of his chair and went to the window. The boy was nowhere visible, and he passed out. If one could take any help to him now, one must. He traversed the shrubbery, glanced into the walled garden. No John. Nor where the peaches and the apricots were beginning to swell and colour. He passed the cupressus trees, dark and spiral, into the meadow. Where had the boy got to? Had he rushed down to the coppice, his old hunting ground? Jolyon crossed the rows of hay. They would cock it on Monday, and be carrying the day after, if rain held off. Often they had crossed this field together, hand in hand, when John was a little chap. Dash it! The golden age was over by the time one was 10. He came to the pond, where flies and gnats were dancing over a bright reedy surface, and on into the coppice. It was cool there, fragrant of larches. Still no John. He called. No answer. On the log seat he sat down, nervous, anxious,
Forgetting his own physical sensations.
He had been wrong to let the boy get away with that letter. He ought to have kept him under his eye from the start. Greatly troubled, he got up to retrace his steps. At the farm buildings he called again, and looked into the dark cow-house. There, in the cool and the scent of vanilla and ammonia, away from the flies, the 3 Alderneys were chewing the quiet cud, just milked, waiting for evening to be turned out again into the lower field. One turned a lazy head, a lustrous eye. Jolyon could see the slobber on its grey lower lip. He saw everything with passionate clearness, in the agitation of his nerves, all that in his time he had adored and tried to paint, wonder of light and shade and colour. No wonder the legend put Christ into a manger. What more devotional than the eyes and moon-white horns of a chewing cow in the warm dusk? He called again. No answer. And he hurried away out of the coppice, past the pond, up the hill. Oddly ironical, now he came to think of it, if John had taken the gruel of his discovery, down in the coppice, where his mother and Bosinney in those old days had made the plunge of acknowledging their love. Where he himself, on the log seat the Sunday morning he came back from Paris, had realised to the full that Irene had become the world to him. That would have been the place for irony to tear the veil from before the eyes of Irene's boy. But he was not here. Where had he got to? One must find the poor chap. A gleam of sun had come, sharpening to his hurrying senses all the beauty of the afternoon, of the tall trees and lengthening shadows, of the blue and the white clouds, the scent of the hay, and the cooing of the pigeons, and the flower shapes standing tall. He came to the rosery, and the beauty of the roses in that sudden sunlight seemed to him unearthly. Rose, you Spaniard! Wonderful 3 words. There she had stood by that bush of dark red roses, had stood to read and decide that John must know it all. He knew all now. Had she chosen wrong? He bent and sniffed a rose. Its petals brushed his nose and trembling lips. Nothing so soft as a rose leaf's velvet, except her neck. Irene. On across the lawn he went, up the slope to the oak tree. Its top alone was glistening, for the sudden sun was away over the house. The lower shade was thick, blessedly cool. He was greatly overheated. He paused a minute with his hand on the rope of the swing. Jolly, Holly, John. The old swing. And suddenly he felt horribly, deadly ill. "I've overdone it," he thought. "By Jove, I've overdone it, after all." He staggered up towards the terrace, dragged himself up the steps, and fell against the wall of the house. He leant there, gasping, his face buried in the honeysuckle that he and she had taken such trouble with that it might sweeten the air which drifted in. Its fragrance mingled with awful pain. "My love," he thought, "the boy!" And with great effort he tottered in through the long window and sank into old Jolyon's chair. The book was there, a pencil in it. He caught it up, scribbled a word on the open page. His hand dropped. So it was like this, was it? There was a great wrench and darkness. End of Part 3, Chapter 2.
Part 3, Chapter 3 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 3, Irene. When John rushed away with the letter in his hand, he ran along the terrace and round the corner of the house, in fear and confusion. Leaning against the creepered wall, he tore open the letter. It was long, very long. This added to his fear, and he began reading. When he came to the words, "It was Fleur's father that she married," everything seemed to spin before him. He was close to a window, and entering by it, he passed, through music room and hall, up to his bedroom. Dipping his face in cold water, he sat on his bed and went on reading, dropping each finished page on the bed beside him. His father's writing was easy to read. He knew it so well, though he had never had a letter from him 1/4 so long. He read with a dull feeling, imagination only half at work. He best grasped, on that first reading, the pain his father must have had in writing such a letter. He let the last sheet fall, and in a sort of mental, moral helplessness, began to read the first again. It all seemed to him disgusting, dead and disgusting. Then suddenly a hot wave of horrified emotion tingled through him. He buried his face in his hands. His mother! Fleur's father! He took up the letter again and read on mechanically. And again came the feeling that it was all dead and disgusting, his own love so different. This letter said his mother and her father. An awful letter. Property. Could there be men who looked on women as their property? Faces seen in street and countryside came thronging up before him. Red, stockfish faces, hard, dull faces, prim, dry faces, violent faces, hundreds, thousands of them. How could he know what men who had such faces thought and did? He held his head in his hands and groaned. His mother. He caught up the letter and read on again. Horror and aversion alive in her today. Your children, grandchildren, of a man who once owned your mother as a man might own a slave. He got up from his bed. This cruel, shadowy past, lurking there to murder his love and Fleur's, was true, or his father could never have written it. Why didn't they tell me the first thing, he thought, the day I first saw Fleur? They knew I'd seen her. They were afraid, and now I've got it. Overcome by misery too acute for thought or reason, he crept into a dusky corner of the room and sat down on the floor. He sat there like some unhappy little animal. There was comfort in dusk and the floor, as if he were back in those days when he played his battles sprawling all over it. He sat there huddled, his hair ruffled, his hands clasped round his knees, for how long he did not know. He was wrenched from his blank wretchedness by the sound of the door opening from his mother's room. The blinds were down over the windows of his room, shut up in his absence, and from where he sat he could only hear a rustle, her footsteps crossing, till beyond the bed he saw her standing before his dressing-table. She had something in her hand. He hardly breathed, hoping she would not see him and go away. He saw her touch things on the table as if they had some virtue in them, then face the window, grey from head to foot like a ghost. The least turn of her head and she must see him. Her lips moved. "Oh, John!" She was speaking to herself. The tone of her voice troubled John's heart. He saw in her hand a little photograph. She held it toward the light, looking at it, very small. He knew it. One of himself as a tiny boy, which she always kept in her bag. His heart beat fast, and suddenly, as if she had heard it, she turned her eyes and saw him. At the gasp she gave, and the movement of her hands pressing the photograph against her breast, he said, "Yes, it's me." She moved over to the bed and sat down on it, quite close to him, her hands still clasping her breast, her feet among the sheets of the letter which had slipped to the floor. She saw them, and her hands grasped the edge of the bed. She sat very upright, her dark eyes fixed on him. At last she spoke. "Well, John, you know, I see." "Yes." "You've seen Father?" "Yes." There was a long silence, till she said, "Oh, my darling." "It's all right." The emotions in him were so violent and so mixed that he dared not move. Resentment, despair, and yet a strange yearning for the comfort of her hand on his forehead. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know." There was another long silence, then she got up. She stood a moment, very still, made a little movement with her hand, and said, "My darling boy, my most darling boy, don't think of me. Think of yourself." And, passing round the foot of the bed, went back into her room. John turned, curled into a sort of ball, as might a hedgehog, into the corner made by the two walls. He must have been 20 minutes there before a cry roused him. It came from the terrace below. He got up, scared. Again came the cry, "John!" His mother was calling. He ran out and down the stairs, through the empty dining-room into the study. She was kneeling before the old arm-chair, and his father was lying back quite white, his head on his breast, one of his hands resting on an open book, with a pencil clutched in it, more strangely still than anything he had ever seen. She looked round wildly, and said, "Oh, John, he's dead! He's dead!" John flung himself down, and reaching over the arm of the chair, where he had lately been sitting, put his lips to the forehead. Icy cold. How could Dad be dead, when only an hour ago? His mother's arms were round the knees, pressing her breast against them. Why wasn't I with him?" he heard her whisper. Then he saw the tottering word, Irene, pencilled on the open page, and broke down himself. It was his first sight of human death, and its unutterable stillness blotted from him all other emotion. All else, then, was but preliminary to this. All love and life, and joy, anxiety and sorrow, all movement, light and beauty, but a beginning to this terrible white stillness. It made a dreadful mark on him. All seemed suddenly little, futile, short. He mastered himself at last, got up and raised her. "Mother! Don't cry, Mother!" Some hours later, when all was done that had to be, and his mother was lying down, he saw his father alone, on the bed, covered with a white sheet. He stood for a long time gazing at that face which had never looked angry, always whimsical and kind. "To be kind and keep your end up, there's nothing else in it," he had once heard his father say. How wonderfully Dad had acted up to that philosophy! He understood now that his father had known for a long time past that this would come suddenly, known, and not said a word. He gazed with an odd and passionate reverence. The loneliness of it, just to spare his mother and himself. His own trouble seemed small while he was looking at that face. The word scribbled on the page, the farewell word, Now his mother had no one but himself. He went up close to the dead face, not changed at all, and yet completely changed. He had heard his father say once that he did not believe in consciousness surviving death, or that if it did it might be just survival till the natural age limit of the body had been reached, the natural term of its inherent vitality, so that if the body were broken by accident, excess, violent disease, consciousness might still persist till, in the course of nature uninterfered with, it would naturally have faded out. It had struck him because he had never heard anyone else suggest it. When the heart failed like this, surely it was not quite natural. Perhaps his father's consciousness was in the room with him. Above the bed hung a picture of his father's father. Perhaps his consciousness too was still alive. And his brothers, his half-brother who had died in the Transvaal. Were they all gathered round this bed? John kissed the forehead and stole back to his own room. The door between it and his mother's was ajar. She had evidently been in. Everything was ready for him, even some biscuits and hot milk, and the letter no longer on the floor. He ate and drank, watching the last light fade. He did not try to see into the future, just stared at the dark branches of the oak tree, level with his window, and felt as if life had stopped. Once in the night, turning in his heavy sleep, he was conscious of something white and still beside his bed, and started up. His mother's voice said, "It's only I, John dear." Her hand pressed his forehead gently back. Her white figure disappeared. Alone. He fell heavily asleep again, and dreamed he saw his mother's name crawling on his bed. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Part 3, Chapter 4 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 4, Soames Cogitates. The announcement in the Times of his cousin Jolyon's death affected Soames quite simply. So that chap was gone. There had never been a time in their two lives when love had not been lost between them. That quick-blooded sentiment, hatred, had run its course long since in Soames's heart, and he had refused to allow any recrudescence, but he considered this early decease a piece of poetic justice. For 20 years the fellow had enjoyed the reversion of his wife and house, and he was dead. The obituary notice, which appeared a little later, paid Jolyon, he thought, too much attention. It spoke of that diligent and agreeable painter whose work we have come to look on as typical of the best late Victorian watercolour art. Soames, who had almost mechanically preferred Mull, Morpin, and Caswell Bay, and had always sniffed quite audibly when he came to one of his cousins on the line, turned the Times with a crackle. He had to go up to town that morning on Forsyte affairs, and was fully conscious of Gradman's glance sidelong over his spectacles. The old clerk had about him an aura of regretful congratulation. He smelled, as it were, of old days. One could almost hear him thinking, "Mr. Jolyon, yes, just my age and gone, dear, dear, I dare say she feels it. She was a nice-looking woman. Flesh is flesh. They've given him a notice in the papers. Fancy." His atmosphere, in fact, caused Soames to handle certain leases and conversions with exceptional swiftness. "About that settlement on Miss Fleur, Mr. Soames?" "I've thought better of that," answered Soames shortly. "Ah, I'm glad of that. I thought you were a little hasty. The times do change." How this death would affect Fleur had begun to trouble Soames. He was not certain that she knew of it. She seldom looked at the paper, never at the births, marriages, and deaths. He pressed matters on, and made his way to Green Street for lunch. Winifred was almost doleful. Jack Cardigan had broken a splashboard; so far as one could make out, it would not be fit for some time. She could not get used to the idea. "Did Profond ever get off?" he said suddenly. "He got off," replied Winifred, "but where, I don't know." Yes, there it was. Impossible to tell anything. Not that he wanted to know. Letters from Annette were coming from Dieppe, where she and her mother were staying. "You saw that fellow's death, I suppose?" "Yes," said Winifred. "I'm sorry for his children. He was very amiable." Soames uttered a rather queer sound. A suspicion of the old deep truth, that men were judged in this world rather by what they were than by what they did, crept and knocked resentfully at the back doors of his mind. "I know there was a superstition to that effect," he muttered. "One must do him justice now he's dead." "I should like to have done him justice before," said Soames, "but I never had the chance. Have you got a baronetage here?" "Yes, in that bottom row." Soames took out a fat red book and ran over the leaves. Mont, Sir Lawrence, 9th Baronet, created 1620, eldest son of Geoffrey, 8th Baronet, and Lavinia, daughter of Sir Charles Muscombe, Baronet, of Muscombe Hall, Shrops. Married 1890, Emily, daughter of Conway Charwell, Esquire, of Condeford Grange, County Oxon. One son, heir Michael Conway, born 1895, 2 daughters. Residence, Lippinghall Manor, Fulwell, Bucks. Clubs, Snooks. Coffee house, Aeroplane. See Biddicott. "H'm," he said. "Did you ever know a publisher?" "Uncle Timothy." "Alive, I mean." "Monty knew one at his club. He brought him here to dinner once. Monty was always thinking of writing a book, you know, about how to make money on the turf. He tried to interest that man." "Well?" "He put him on to a horse for the 2000. We didn't see him again. He was rather smart, if I remember." "Did it win?" "No, it ran last, I think. You know Monty really was quite clever in his way." "Was he?" said Soames. "Can you see any connection between a sucking baronet and publishing?" "People do all sorts of things nowadays," replied Winifred. "The great stunt seems not to be idle, so different from our time. To do nothing was the thing then, but I suppose it'll come again." "This young Mont that I'm speaking of is very sweet on Fleur. If it would put an end to that other affair I might encourage it." "Has he got style?" asked Winifred. "He's no beauty. Pleasant enough, with some scattered brains. There's a good deal of land, I believe. He seems genuinely attached, but I don't know." "No," murmured Winifred, "it's very difficult. I've always found it best to do nothing. It is such a bore about Jack. Now we shan't get away till after Bank Holiday. Well, the people are always amusing. I shall go into the park and watch them." "If I were you," said Soames, "I should have a country cottage, and be out of the way of holidays and strikes when you want." "The country bores me," answered Winifred, "and I found the railway strike quite exciting." Winifred had always been noted for sang-froid. Soames took his leave. All the way down to Reading he debated whether he should tell Fleur of that boy's father's death. It did not alter the situation except that he would be independent now, and only have his mother's opposition to encounter. He would come into a lot of money, no doubt, and perhaps the house built for Irene and himself, the house whose architect had wrought his domestic ruin. His daughter, mistress of that house, that would be poetic justice. Soames uttered a little mirthless laugh. He had designed that house to re-establish his failing union, meant it for the seat of his descendants, if he could have induced Irene to give him one. Her son and Fleur! Their children would be, in some sort, offspring of the union between himself and her. The theatricality in that thought was repulsive to his sober sense. And yet, it would be the easiest and wealthiest way out of the impasse, now that Jolyon was gone. The juncture of two Forsyte fortunes had a kind of conservative charm. And she, Irene, would be linked to him once more. Nonsense, absurd! He put the notion from his head. On arriving home he heard the click of billiard balls, and through the window saw young Mont sprawling over the table. Fleur, with her cue akimbo, was watching with a smile. How pretty she looked! No wonder that young fellow was out of his mind about her. A title! Land! There was little enough in land these days, perhaps less in a title. The old Forsytes had always had a kind of contempt for titles. rather remote and artificial things, not worth the money they cost, and having to do with the court. They had all had that feeling in differing measure, Soames remembered. Swithin, indeed, in his most expansive days had once attended a levee. He had come away saying he shouldn't go again, all that small fry. It was suspected that he had looked too big in knee breeches. Soames remembered how his own mother had wished to be presented because of the fashionable nature of the performance, and how his father had put his foot down with unwonted decision. What did she want with that peacocking, wasting time and money? There was nothing in it. The instinct which had made and kept the English Commons the chief power in the state, a feeling that their own world was good enough and a little better than any other because it was their world, had kept the old Forsytes singularly free of flummery, as Nicholas had been wont to call it when he had the gout. Soames's generation, more self-conscious and ironical, had been saved by a sense of Swithin and knee breeches, while the third and the fourth generation, as it seemed to him, laughed at everything. However, there was no harm in the young fellow's being heir to a title and estate, a thing one couldn't help. He entered quietly, as Mont missed his shot. He noted the young man's eyes, fixed on Fleur bending over in her turn, and the adoration in them almost touched him. She paused with the cue poised on the bridge of her slim hand, and shook her crop of short dark chestnut hair. "I shall never do it." "Nothing venture." "All right." The cue struck, the ball rolled. "There." "Bad luck. Never mind." Then they saw him, and Soames said, "I'll mark for you." He sat down on the raised seat beneath the marker, trim and tired, furtively studying those two young faces. When the game was over, Mont came up to him. "I've started in, sir. Rum game business, isn't it? I suppose you saw a lot of human nature as a solicitor." "I did." "Shall I tell you what I've noticed? People are quite on the wrong tack in offering less than they can afford to give. They ought to offer more and work backward." Soames raised his eyebrows. "Suppose the more is accepted?" "That doesn't matter a little bit," said Mont. "It's much more paying to abate a price than to increase it. For instance, say we offer an author good terms. He naturally takes them. Then we go into it, find we can't publish at a decent profit, and tell him so. He's got confidence in us because we've been generous to him, and he comes down like a lamb, and bears us no malice. But if we offer him poor terms at the start, he doesn't take them, so we have to advance them to get him, and he thinks us damned screws into the bargain." "Try buying pictures on that system," said Soames. "An offer accepted is a contract. Haven't you learned that?" Young Mont turned his head to where Fleur was standing in the window. "No," he said. "I wish I had. Then there's another thing. Always let a man off a bargain if he wants to be let off." "As advertisement?" said Soames dryly. "Of course it is, but I meant on principle." "Does your firm work on those lines?" "Not yet," said Mont, "but it'll come." "And they will go." "No, really, sir. I'm making any number of observations, and they all confirm my theory. Human nature is consistently underrated in business. People do themselves out of an awful lot of pleasure and profit by that. Of course, you must be perfectly genuine and open, but that's easy if you feel it. The more human and generous you are, the better chance you've got in business." Soames rose. "Are you a partner?" "Not for 6 months yet." "The rest of the firm had better make haste and retire." Mont laughed. "You'll see," he said. "There's going to be a big change. The possessive principle has got its shutters up." "What?" said Soames. "The house is to let. Good-bye, sir. I'm off now." Soames watched his daughter give her hand, saw her wince at the squeeze it received, and distinctly heard the young man's sigh as he passed out. Then she came from the window, trailing her finger along the mahogany edge of the billiard table. Watching her, Soames knew that she was going to ask him something. Her finger felt round the last pocket, and she looked up. "Have you done anything to stop John writing to me, father?" Soames shook his head. "You haven't seen, then," he said. "His father died just a week ago to-day." "Oh!" In her startled, frowning face he saw the instant struggle to apprehend what this would mean. "Poor John! Why didn't you tell me, father?" "I never know," said Soames slowly. You don't confide in me." "I would if you'd help me, dear." "Perhaps I shall." Fleur clasped her hands. "Oh, darling, when one wants a thing fearfully, one doesn't think of other people. Don't be angry with me." Soames put out his hand as if pushing away an aspersion. "I'm cogitating," he said. What on earth had made him use a word like that? "Has young Mont been bothering you again?" Fleur smiled. "Oh, Michael, he's always bothering. But he's such a good sort, I don't mind him." "Well," said Soames, "I'm tired. I shall go and have a nap before dinner." He went up to his picture gallery, lay down on the couch there and closed his eyes. A terrible responsibility, this girl of his, whose mother was—ah, what was she? A terrible responsibility. Help her? How could he help her? He could not alter the fact that he was her father. Or that Irene—what was it young Mont had said, some nonsense about the possessive instinct? Shutters up? To let? Silly! The sultry air, charged with the scent of meadow sweet, of river and roses, closed on his senses, drowsing them. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Part 3, Chapter 5, To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter number 5, The Fixed Idea. The fixed idea, which has outrun more constables than any other form of human disorder, has never more speed and stamina than when it takes the avid guise of love. To hedges and ditches and doors, to humans without ideas fixed or otherwise, to perambulators and the contents sucking their fixed ideas, even to the other sufferers from this fast malady, the fixed idea of love pays no attention. It runs with eyes turned inward to its own light, oblivious of all other stars. Those with the fixed ideas that human happiness depends on their art, on vivisecting dogs, on hating foreigners, on paying super tax, on remaining ministers, on making wheels go round, on preventing their neighbours from being divorced, on conscientious objection, Greek roots, church dogma, paradox, and superiority to everybody else, with other forms of egomania, all are unstable compared with him or her whose fixed idea is the possession of some her or him. And though Fleur, those chilly summer days, pursued the scattered life of a little Forsyte whose frocks are paid for and whose business is pleasure, she was, as Winifred would have said in the latest fashion of speech, honest to God, indifferent to it all. She wished and wished for the moon, which sailed in cold skies above the river or the Green Park when she went to town. She even kept John's letters covered with pink silk on her heart, than which in days when corsets were so low, sentiment so despised, and chess so out of fashion, there could perhaps have been no greater proof of the fixity of her idea. After hearing of his father's death, she wrote to John and received his answer 3 days later on her return from a river picnic. It was his first letter since their meeting at June's. She opened it with misgiving and read it with dismay. Since I saw you, I have heard everything about the past. I won't tell it you. I think you knew when we met at June's. She says you did. If you did, Fleur, you ought to have told me. I expect you only heard your father's side of it. I have heard my mother's. It is dreadful. Now that she is so sad, I can't do anything to hurt her more. Of course I long for you all day, but I don't believe now that we shall ever come together. There is something too strong pulling us apart." So her deception had found her out. But John, she felt, had forgiven that. It was what he said of his mother which caused the guttering in her heart and the weak sensation in her legs. Her first impulse was to reply, her second not to reply. These impulses were constantly renewed in the days which followed, while desperation grew within her. She was not her father's child for nothing. The tenacity which had at once made and undone Soames was her backbone too, frilled and embroidered by French grace and quickness. Instinctively she conjugated the verb to have always with the pronoun I. She concealed, however, all signs of her growing desperation, and pursued such river pleasures as the winds and rain of a disagreeable July permitted, as if she had no care in the world. Nor did any sucking baronet ever neglect the business of a publisher more consistently than her attendant spirit, Michael Mont. To Soames she was a puzzle. He was almost deceived by this careless gaiety, almost, because he did not fail to mark her eyes often fixed on nothing, and the film of light shining from her bedroom window late at night. What was she thinking and brooding over into small hours when she ought to have been asleep? But he dared not ask what was in her mind, and since that one little talk in the billiard-room, she said nothing to him. In this taciturn condition of affairs it chanced that Winifred invited them to lunch, and to go afterward to a most amusing little play, The Beggar's Opera, and would they bring a man to make four? Soames, whose attitude towards theatre was to go to nothing, accepted, because Fleur's attitude was to go to everything. They motored up, taking Michael Mont, who, being in his seventh heaven, was found by Winifred very amusing. The Beggar's Opera puzzled Soames. The people were very unpleasant, the whole thing very cynical. Winifred was intrigued by the dresses. The music, too, did not displease her. At the opera the night before she had arrived too early for the Russian ballet, and found the stage occupied by singers for a whole hour, pale or apoplectic from terror lest by some dreadful inadvertence they might drop into a tune. Michael Mont was enraptured with the whole thing, and all three wondered what Fleur was thinking of it. But Fleur was not thinking of it. Her fixed idea stood on the stage and sang with Polly Peachum, mimed with Filch, danced with Jenny Diver, postured with Lucy Lockett, kissed, trolled and cuddled with Macheath. Her lips might smile, her hands applaud, but the comic old masterpiece made no more impression on her than if it had been pathetic like a modern review. When they embarked in the car to return, she ached because John was not sitting next her instead of Michael Mont. When at some jolt the young man's arm touched hers as if by accident, she only thought, if that were John's arm. When his cheerful voice, tempered by her proximity, murmured above the sound of the car's progress, she smiled and answered, thinking, if that were John's voice. And when once he said, "Fleur, you look a perfect angel in that dress," she answered, "Oh, do you like it?" thinking if only John could see it. During this drive she took a resolution. She would go to Robin Hill and see him alone. She would take the car, without a word beforehand to him or to her father. It was 9 days since his letter, and she could wait no longer. On Monday she would go. The decision made her well disposed toward young Mont. With something to look forward to, she could afford to tolerate and respond. He might stay to dinner, propose to her as usual, dance with her, press her hand, sigh, do what he liked. He was only a nuisance when he interfered with her fixed idea. She was even sorry for him, so far as it was possible to be sorry for anybody but herself just now. At dinner he seemed to talk more wildly than usual about what he called the death of the close borough. She paid little attention, but her father seemed paying a good deal, with the smile on his face which meant opposition, if not anger. "The younger generation doesn't think as you do, sir, does it, Fleur?" Fleur shrugged her shoulders. The younger generation was just John, and she did not know what he was thinking. "Young people will think as I do when they are my age, Mr. Mont. Human nature does not change." "I admit that, sir, but the forms of thought change with the times. The pursuit of self-interest is a form of thought that is going out." "Indeed. To mind one's own business is not a form of thought, Mr. Mont. It is an instinct." "Yes, when John was the business. But what is one's business, sir? That is the point. Everybody's business is going to be one's business, isn't it, Fleur?" Fleur only smiled. "If not," added young Mont, "there will be blood." "People have talked like that from time immemorial." "But you will admit, sir, that the sense of property is dying out. I should say increasing among those who have none. Well, look at me. I am heir to an entailed estate. I don't want the thing. I would cut the entail tomorrow." "You are not married, and you don't know what you are talking about." Fleur saw the young man's eyes turn rather piteously upon her. "Do you really mean that marriage—" he began. "Society is built on marriage," came from between her father's closed lips. "Marriage and its consequences. Do you want to do away with it?" Young Mont made a distracted gesture. Silence brooded over the dinner table, covered with spoons bearing the Forsyte crest, a pheasant proper, under the electric light in an alabaster globe. And outside the river evening darkened, charged with heavy moisture and sweet scents. Monday, thought Fleur, Monday. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. The Fixed Idea. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. Part 3, Chapter 6 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. The Forsyte Saga, Volume 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 6, Desperate. The weeks which followed the death of his father were sad and empty to the only Jolyon Forsyte left. The necessary forms and ceremonies, the reading of the will, valuation of the estate, distribution of the legacies, were enacted over the head, as it were, of one not yet of age. Jolyon was cremated. By his special wish, no one attended that ceremony or wore black for him. The succession of his property, controlled to some extent by old Jolyon's will, left his widow in possession of Robin Hill with £2,500 a year for life. Apart from this, the two wills worked together in some complicated way to ensure that each of Jolyon's 3 children should have an equal share in their grandfather's and father's property in the future as in the present, save only that John, by virtue of his sex, would have control of his capital when he was 21, while June and Holly would only have the spirit of theirs, in order that their children might have the body after them. If they had no children, it would all come to John if he outlived them. And since June was 50 and Holly nearly 40, it was considered in Lincoln's Inn Fields that but for the cruelty of income tax, young John would be as warm a man as his grandfather when he died. All this was nothing to John, and little enough to his mother. It was June who did everything needful for one who had left his affairs in perfect order. When she had gone, and those two were alone again in the great house, alone with death drawing them together and love driving them apart, John passed very painful days, secretly disgusted and disappointed with himself. His mother would look at him with such a patient sadness, which yet had in it an instinctive pride, as if she were reserving her defense. If she smiled, he was angry that his answering smile should be so grudging and unnatural. He did not judge or condemn her. That was all too remote. Indeed, the idea of doing so had never come to him. No, he was grudging and unnatural because he could not have what he wanted because of her. There was one alleviation, much to do in connection with his father's career, which could not be safely entrusted to June, though she had offered to undertake it. Both John and his mother had felt that if she took his portfolios, unexhibited drawings, and unfinished matter away with her, the work would encounter such icy blasts from Paul Post and other frequenters of her studio that it would soon be frozen out even of her warm heart. On its old-fashioned plane and of its kind the work was good, and they could not bear the thought of its subjection to ridicule. A one-man exhibition of his work was the least testimony they could pay to one they had loved, and on preparation for this they spent many hours together. John came to have a curiously increased respect for his father. The quiet tenacity with which he had converted a mediocre talent into something really individual was disclosed by these researches. There was a great mass of work, with a rare continuity of growth in depth and reach of vision. Nothing certainly went very deep or reached very high, but such as the work was, it was thorough, conscientious, and complete. And remembering his father's utter absence of side or self-assertion, the chafing humility with which he had always spoken of his own efforts, ever calling himself an amateur, John could not help feeling that he had never really known his father. To take himself seriously, yet never that he did so, seemed to have been his ruling principle. There was something in this which appealed to the boy and made him heartily endorse his mother's comment. He had true refinement. He could not help thinking of others, whatever he did. And when he took a resolution which went counter, he did it with the minimum of defiance, not like the age, is it? Twice in his life he had to go against everything, and yet it never made him bitter. John saw tears running down her face, which she at once turned away from him. She was so quiet about her loss that sometimes he had thought she did not feel it much. Now, as he looked at her, he felt how far he fell short of the reserve power and dignity in both his father and his mother. And stealing up to her, he put his arm round her waist. She kissed him swiftly, but with a sort of passion, and went out of the room. The studio, where they had been sorting and labelling, had once been Holly's schoolroom, devoted to her silkworms, dried lavender, music, and other forms of instruction. Now, at the end of July, despite its northern and eastern aspects, a warm and slumberous air came in between the long faded lilac linen curtains. To redeem a little the departed glory, as of a field that is golden and gone, clinging to a room which its master has left, Irene had placed on the paint-stained table a bowl of red roses. This and Jolyon's favourite cat, who still clung to the deserted habitat, were the pleasant spots in that dishevelled, sad workroom. John, at the north window, sniffing air, mysteriously scented with warm strawberries, heard a car drive up. The lawyers again about some nonsense. Why did that scent so make one ache? And where did it come from? There were no strawberry beds on this side of the house. Instinctively he took a crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket and wrote down some broken words. A warmth began spreading in his chest. He rubbed the palms of his hands together. Presently he had jotted this: "If I could make a little song to soothe my heart, I would make it all of little things. The plash of water, rub of wings, the puffing off of dandy's crown, the hiss of raindrop spilling down, the purr of cat, the trill of bird, and every whispering I have heard, from willy wind in leaves and grass, and all the distant drones that pass, a song as tender and as light as flower or butterfly in flight. And when I saw it opening, I would let it fly and sing." He was still muttering it over to himself at the window when he heard his name called, and turning round saw Fleur. At that amazing apparition he made at first no movement and no sound, while her clear, vivid glance ravished his heart. Then he went forward to the table, saying, "How nice of you to come," and saw her flinch as if he had thrown something at her. "I asked for you," she said, "and they showed me up here. But I can go away again." John clutched the paint-stained table. Her face and figure in its frilly frock photographed itself with such startling vividness upon his eyes that if she had sunk through the floor, he must still have seen her. "I know I told you a lie, John, but I told it out of love." "Yes, oh yes, that is nothing." "I didn't answer your letter. What was the use? There wasn't anything to answer. I wanted to see you instead." She held out both her hands, and John grasped them across the table. He tried to say something, but all his attention was given to trying not to hurt her hands. His own felt so hard, and hers so soft. She said almost defiantly, "That old story, was it so very dreadful?" Yes. In his voice, too, there was a note of defiance. She dragged her hands away. "I didn't think in these days boys were tied to their mothers' apron strings." John's chin went up as if he had been struck. "Oh, I didn't mean it, John. What a horrible thing to say!" Swiftly she came close to him. "John dear, I didn't mean it." "All right." She had put her two hands on his shoulder and her forehead down on them. The brim of her hat touched his neck, and he felt it quivering. But in a sort of paralysis he made no response. She let go of his shoulder and drew away. "Well, I will go if you don't want me. But I never thought you would have given me up." "I haven't!" cried John, coming suddenly to life. "I can't. I will try again." Her eyes gleamed. She swayed toward him. "John, I love you. Don't give me up. If you do, I don't know what. I feel so desperate. What does it matter, all that past compared with this?" She clung to him. He kissed her eyes, her cheeks, her lips. But while he kissed her, he saw the sheets of that letter fallen down on the floor of his bedroom, his father's white dead face, his mother kneeling before it. Fleur whispered, "Make her! Promise! Oh, John, try!" seemed childish in his ear. He felt curiously old. "I promise," he muttered. "Only you don't understand. She wants to spoil our lives just because." "Yes, of what?" Again that challenge in his voice, and she did not answer. Her arms tightened round him, and he returned her kisses, but even while he yielded, the poison worked in him, the poison of the letter. Fleur did not know, she did not understand, she misjudged his mother, she came from the enemy's camp. So lovely, and he loved her so, yet even in her embrace he could not help the memory of Holly's words, "I think she has a having nature," and his mother's, "My darling boy, don't think of me, think of yourself." When she was gone like a passionate dream, leaving her image on his eyes, her kisses on his lips, such an ache in his heart. John leaned in the window, listening to the car bearing her away. Still the scent as of warm strawberries, still the little summer sounds that should make his song, still all the promise of youth and happiness in sighing, floating, fluttering July. And his heart torn, yearning strong in him, hope high in him, yet with its eyes cast down as if ashamed. The miserable task before him. If Fleur was desperate, so was he, watching the poplars swaying, the white clouds passing, the sunlight on the grass. He waited till evening, till after their almost silent dinner, till his mother had played to him, and still he waited, feeling that she knew what he was waiting to say. She kissed him and went upstairs, and still he lingered, watching the moonlight and the moth, and that unreality of colouring which steals along and stains a summer night. And he would have given anything to be back again in the past, barely 3 months back, or away, forward, years in the future. The present, with this dark cruelty of a decision, one way or the other, seemed impossible. He realized now so much more keenly what his mother felt than he had at first, as if the story in that letter had been a poisonous germ producing a kind of fever of partisanship, so that he really felt there were 2 camps, his mother's and his, Fleur's and her father's. It might be a dead thing, that old tragic ownership and enmity, but dead things were poisonous till time had cleaned them away. Even his love felt tainted, less illusioned, more of the earth, and with a treacherous lurking doubt lest Fleur, like her father, might want to own, not articulate, just a stealing haunt, horribly unworthy, which crept in and about the ardour of his memories, touched with its tarnishing breath the vividness and grace of that charmed face and figure. A doubt, not real enough to convince him of its presence, just real enough to deflower a perfect face. And perfect face to John, not yet 20, was essential. He still had youth's eagerness to give with both hands, to take with neither, to give lovingly to one who had his own impulsive generosity. Surely she had. He got up from the window seat and roamed in the big, grey, ghostly room, whose walls were hung with silvered canvas. This house, his father said in that deathbed letter, had been built for his mother to live in, with Fleur's father. He put out his hand in the half-dark, as if to grasp the shadowy hand of the dead. He clenched, trying to feel the thin, vanished fingers of his father, to squeeze them and reassure him that he was on his father's side. Tears, prisoned within him, made his eyes feel dry and hot. He went back to the window. It was warmer, not so eerie, more comforting outside, where the moon hung golden, 3 days off full. The freedom of the night was comforting. If only Fleur and he had met on some desert island without a past, and nature for their house. John had still his high regard for desert islands, where breadfruit grew, and the water was blue above the coral. The night was deep, was free. There was enticement in it, a lure, a promise, a refuge from entanglement, and love. Milksop tied to his mother's. His cheeks burned. He shut the window, drew curtains over it, switched off the lighted scones, and went upstairs. The door of his room was open, the light turned up. His mother, still in her evening gown, was standing at the window. She turned and said, "Sit down, John. Let us talk." She sat down on the window seat, John on his bed. She had her profile turned to him, and the beauty and grace of her figure, the delicate line of the brow, the nose, the neck, the strange and, as it were, remote refinement of her, moved him. His mother never belonged to her surroundings. She came into them from somewhere, as it were. What was she going to say to him, who had in his heart such things to say to her? "I know Fleur came today. I am not surprised." It was as though she had added, "She's her father's daughter." And John's heart hardened. Irene went on quietly. "I have Father's letter. I picked it up that night and kept it. Would you like it back, dear?" John shook his head. "I had read it, of course, before he gave it to you. It didn't quite do justice to my criminality." "Mother!" burst from John's lips. He put it very sweetly. "But I know that in marrying Fleur's father without love, I did a dreadful thing. An unhappy marriage, John, can play such havoc with other lives besides one's own. You are fearfully young, my darling, and fearfully loving. Do you think you can possibly be happy with this girl?" Staring at her dark eyes, darker now from pain, John answered, "Yes, oh yes, if you could be." Irene smiled. "Admiration of beauty and longing for possession are not love. If yours were another case like mine, John, where the deepest things are stifled, the flesh joined, and the spirit at war." "Why should it, Mother? You think she must be like her father, but she's not. I have seen him." Again the smile came on Irene's lips, and in John something wavered. There was such irony and experience in that smile. "You are a giver, John. She's a taker. That unworthy doubt, that haunting uncertainty again!" He said with vehemence, "She isn't, she isn't! It is only because I can't bear to make you unhappy, Mother, now that Father—" He thrust his fists against his forehead. Irene got up. "I told you that night, dear, not to mind me. I meant it. Think of yourself and your own happiness. I can stand what is left. I have brought it on myself." Again the word "Mother" burst from John's lips. She came over to him and put her hands over his. "Do you feel your head, darling?" John shook it. What he felt was in his chest, a sort of tearing asunder of the tissue there by the two loves. "I shall always love you the same, John, whatever you do. You won't lose anything." She smoothed his head gently and walked away. He heard the door shut, and rolling over on the bed lay stifling his breath with an awful held-up feeling within him. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Desperate. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida.
Part 3, Chapter 7 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 7, Embassy. Inquiring for her at tea-time, Soames learned that Fleur had been out in the car since 2. 3 hours! Where had she gone? Up to London without a word to him? He had never become quite reconciled with cars. He had embraced them in principle, like the born empiricist or Forsyte that he was, adopting each symptom of progress as it came along with, "Well, we couldn't do without them now." But in fact he found them tearing, great, smelly things. Obliged by Annette to have one, a roll-hard with pearl-grey cushions, electric light, little mirrors, trays for the ashes of cigarettes, flower vases, all smelling of petrol and stephanotis, he regarded it much as he had used to regard his brother-in-law, Montague Dartie. The thing typified all that was fast, insecure, and subcutaneously oily in modern life. As modern life became faster, looser, younger, Soames was becoming older, slower, tighter, more and more in thought and language like his father James before him. He was almost aware of it in himself. Pace and progress pleased him less and less. There was an ostentation, too, about a car which he considered provocative in the prevailing mood of labour. On one occasion that fellow Sims had driven over the only vested interest of a working man. Soames had not forgotten the behaviour of its master, when not many people would have stopped to put up with it. He had been sorry for the dog, and quite prepared to take its part against the car, if that ruffian hadn't been so outrageous. With 4 hours fast becoming 5, and still no Fleur, all the old car-wise feelings he had experienced in person and by proxy bawled within him, and sinking sensations troubled the pit of his stomach. At 7 he telephoned to Winifred by trunk call. No, Fleur had not been to Green Street. Then where was she? Visions of his beloved daughter rolled up in her pretty frills, all blood and dust-stained in some hideous catastrophe, began to haunt him. He went to her room and spied among her things. She had taken nothing, no dressing-case, no jewellery. And this, a relief in one sense, increased his fears of an accident. Terrible to be helpless when his loved one was missing, especially when he couldn't bear fuss or publicity of any kind. What should he do if she were not back by nightfall? At 7:45 he heard the car. A great weight lifted from off his heart. He hurried down. She was getting out, pale and tired-looking, but nothing wrong. He met her in the hall. "You frightened me. Where have you been?" "To Robin Hill. I'm sorry, dear. I had to go. I'll tell you afterward." And with a flying kiss she ran upstairs. Soames waited in the drawing-room. To Robin Hill? What did that portend? It was not a subject they could discuss at dinner, consecrated to the susceptibilities of the butler. The agony of nerves Soames had been through, the relief he felt at her safety, softened his power to condemn what she had done, or resist what she was going to do. He waited in a relaxed stupor for her revelation. Life was a queer business. There he was at 65, and no more in command of things than if he had not spent 40 years in building up security. Always something one couldn't get on terms with. In the pocket of his dinner jacket was a letter from Annette. She was coming back in a fortnight. He knew nothing of what she had been doing out there, and he was glad that he did not. Her absence had been a relief. Out of sight was out of mind. And now she was coming back, another worry. And the Boulderby old crone was gone. Demetrius had got it, all because that anonymous letter put it out of his thoughts. He furtively remarked the strained look on his daughter's face, as if she too were gazing at a picture that she couldn't buy. He almost wished the war back. Worries didn't seem then quite so worrying. From the caress in her voice, the look on her face, he became certain that she wanted something from him, uncertain whether it would be wise of him to give it to her. He pushed his savoury away uneaten, and even joined her in a cigarette. After dinner she set the electric piano-player going, and he augured the worst when she sat down on a cushioned footstool at his knee and put her hand on his. "Darling, be nice to me. I had to see John. He wrote to me. He's going to try what he can do with his mother. But I've been thinking, it's really in your hands, father. If you persuade her that it doesn't mean renewing the past in any way, that I shall stay yours and John will stay hers, that you need never see him or her, and she need never see you or me. Only you could persuade her, dear, because only you could promise. One can't promise for other people. Surely it wouldn't be too awkward for you to see her just this once, now that John's father is dead?" "Too awkward?" Soames repeated. "The whole thing's preposterous." "You know," said Fleur, without looking up, "you wouldn't mind seeing her really?" Soames was silent. Her words had expressed a truth too deep for him to admit. She slipped her fingers between his own, hot, slim, eager. They clung there. This child of his would corkscrew her way into a brick wall. "What am I to do if you won't, father?" she said very softly. "I'll do anything for your happiness," said Soames. "But this isn't for your happiness." "Oh, it is, it is." "It'll only stir things up," he said grimly. "But they are stirred up. The thing is to quiet them, to make her feel that this is just our lives and has nothing to do with yours or hers. You can do it, father. I know you can." "You know a great deal, then," was Soames' glum answer. "If you will, John and I will wait a year, 2 years, if you like." "It seems to me," murmured Soames, "that you care nothing about what I feel." Fleur pressed his hand against her cheek. "I do, darling, but you wouldn't like me to be awfully miserable." How she wheedled to get her ends, and trying with all his might to think she really cared for him, he was not sure, not sure. All she cared for was this boy. Why should he help her to get this boy who was killing her affection for himself? Why should he? By the laws of the Forsytes it was foolish. There was nothing to be had out of it, nothing. To give her to that boy, to pass her into the enemy's camp, under the influence of the woman who had injured him so deeply. Slowly, inevitably, he would lose this flower of his life, and suddenly he was conscious that his hand was wet. His heart gave a little painful jump. He couldn't bear her to cry. He put his other hand quickly over hers, and a tear dropped on that too. He couldn't go on like this. "Well, well," he said, "I'll think it over and do what I can. Come, come." If she must have it for her happiness, she must. He couldn't refuse to help her. And lest she should begin to thank him, he got out of his chair and went up to the piano player, making that noise. It ran down as he reached it with a faint buzz. That musical box of his nursery days, the harmonious blacksmith, glorious port. The thing had always made him miserable when his mother set it going on Sunday afternoons. Here it was again, the same thing, only larger, more expensive, and now it played "The Wild Wild Women" and "The Policeman's Holiday," and he was no longer in black velvet with a sky-blue collar. Profon's right, he thought. There's nothing in it. We're all progressing to the grave. And with that surprising mental comment, he walked out. He did not see Fleur again that night, but at breakfast her eyes followed him about with an appeal he could not escape. Not that he intended to try. No, he had made up his mind to the nerve-racking business. He would go to Robin Hill, to that house of memories. Pleasant memory, the last, of going down to keep that boy's father and Irene apart by threatening divorce. He had often thought since that it had clinched their union, and now he was going to clinch the union of that boy with his girl. I don't know what I've done, he thought, to have such things thrust on me. He went up by train and down by train, and from the station walked by the long rising lane, still very much as he remembered it over 30 years ago. Funny, so near London. Someone evidently was holding on to the land there. This speculation soothed him, moving between the high hedges slowly, so as not to get overheated, though the day was chill enough. After all was said and done, there was something real about land. It didn't shift. Land, and good pictures. The values might fluctuate a bit, but on the whole they were always going up, worth holding on to, in a world where there was such a lot of unreality, cheap building, changing fashions, such a here to-day and gone to-morrow spirit. The French were right, perhaps, with their peasant proprietorship, though he had no opinion of the French. One's bit of land, something solid in it. He had heard peasant proprietors described as a pig-headed lot, had heard young Mont call his father a pig-headed morning poster. Disrespectful young devil. Well, there were worse things than being pig-headed or reading the Morning Post. There was Profond and all his tribe, and all these Labour chaps, and loud-mouthed politicians, and wild, wild women. A lot of worse things. And suddenly Soames became conscious of feeling weak and hot and shaky. Sheer nerves at the meeting before him. As Aunt Julie might have said, quoting Superior Dosset, his nerves were in a proper fatigue. He could see the house now among its trees, the house he had watched being built, intending it for himself and this woman who by such strange fate have lived in it with another after all. He began to think of Demetrius, local loans, and other forms of investment. He could not afford to meet her with his nerves all shaking, he who represented the day of judgment for her on earth as it was in heaven, he, legal ownership personified, meeting lawless beauty incarnate. His dignity demanded impassivity during this embassy designed to link their offspring, who, if she had behaved herself, would have been brother and sister. That wretched tune, The Wild, Wild Women, kept running in his head, perversely, for tunes did not run there as a rule. Passing the poplars in front of the house, he thought, how they've grown! I had them planted. A maid answered his ring. Would you say Mr. Forsyte, on a very special matter? If she realized who he was, quite probably she would not see him. By George, he thought, hardening as the tug came, it's a topsy-turvy affair. The maid came back. Would the gentleman state his business, please? Say it concerns Mr. John, said Soames. And once more he was alone in that hall with the pool of grey-white marble designed by her first lover. Ah, she had been a bad lot, had loved two men, and not himself. He must remember that when he came face to face with her once more. And suddenly he saw her in the opening chink between the long, heavy purple curtains, swaying as if in hesitation. The old perfect poise and line, the old startled dark-eyed gravity, the old calm defensive voice. Will you come in, please? He passed through that opening. As in the picture gallery and the confectioner's shop, she seemed to him still beautiful. And this was the first time, the very first, since he married her 37 years ago, that he was speaking to her without the legal right to call her his. She was not wearing black, one of that fellow's radical notions, he supposed. I apologize for coming, he said glumly, but this business must be settled one way or the other. Won't you sit down? No, thank you. Anger at his false position, impatience of ceremony between them, mastered him, and words came tumbling out. It's an infernal mischance. I've done my best to discourage it. I consider my daughter crazy, but I've got into the habit of indulging her. That's why I'm here. I suppose you're fond of your son? Devotedly. Well, it rests with him. He had a sense of being met and baffled. Always, always she had baffled him, even in those old first married days. It's a mad notion, he said. It is. If you'd only... Well, there might have been... He did not finish that sentence, brother and sister, and all this saved. But he saw her shudder as if he had, and stung by the sight he crossed over to the window. Out there the trees had not grown. They couldn't. They were so old. So far as I'm concerned, he said, you may make your mind easy. I desire to see neither you nor your son if this marriage comes about. Young people in these days are unaccountable. but I can't bear to see my daughter unhappy. What am I to say to her when I go back?" "Please say to her, as I said to you, that it rests with John." "You don't oppose it?" "With all my heart, not with my lips." Soames stood, biting his finger. "I remember an evening," he said suddenly, and was silent. What was there in this woman that would not fit into the four corners of his hate or condemnation? "Where is he, your son?" "Up in his father's studio, I think." "Perhaps you'd have him down." He watched her ring the bell. He watched the maid come in. "Please tell Mr. John that I want him." "If it rests with him," said Soames hurriedly, when the maid was gone, "I suppose I may take it for granted that this unnatural marriage will take place. In that case there'll be formalities. Whom do I deal with? Herrings?" Irene nodded. "You don't propose to live with them?" Irene shook her head. "What happens to this house?" "It will be as John wishes." "This house," said Soames suddenly, "I had hopes when I began it. If they live in it, their children. They say there's such a thing as Nemesis. Do you believe in it?" "Yes." "Oh, you do." He had come back from the window, and was standing close to her, who in the curve of her grand piano was, as it were, embayed. "I'm not likely to see you again," he said slowly. "Will you shake hands?" His lip quivered. The words came out jerkily. "And let the past die?" He held out his hand. Her pale face grew paler. Her eyes, so dark, rested immovably on his. Her hands remained clasped in front of her. He heard a sound, and turned. That boy was standing in the opening of the curtains. Very queer he looked, hardly recognizable as the young fellow he had seen in the gallery off Cork Street. Very queer, much older, no youth in the face at all, haggard, rigid, his hair ruffled, his eyes deep in his head. Soames made an effort, and said with a lift of his lip, not quite a smile, nor quite a sneer, "Well, young man, I'm here for my daughter. It rests with you, it seems, this matter. Your mother leaves it in your hands." The boy continued staring at his mother's face, and made no answer. "For my daughter's sake I've brought myself to come," said Soames. "What am I to say to her when I go back?" Still looking at his mother, the boy said quietly, "Tell Fleur that it's no good, please. I must do as my father wished before he died." "John!" "It's all right, mother." In a kind of stupefaction Soames looked from one to the other. Then, taking up hat and umbrella which he had put down on a chair, he walked towards the curtains. The boy stood aside for him to go by. He passed through and heard the grate of the rings as the curtains were drawn behind him. The sound liberated something in his chest. "So that's that," he thought, and passed out of the front door. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 8 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 8, The Dark Tune. As Soames walked away from the house at Robin Hill, the sun broke through the grey of that chill afternoon in smoky radiance. So absorbed in landscape painting that he seldom looked seriously for effects of nature out of doors, he was struck by that moody effulgence. It mourned with a triumph suited to his own feeling. Victory and defeat. His embassy had come to naught. But he was rid of those people, had regained his daughter at the expense of her happiness. What would Fleur say to him? Would she believe he had done his best? And under that sunlight faring on the elms, hazels, hollies of the lane and those unexploited fields, Soames felt dread. She would be terribly upset. He must appeal to her pride. That boy had given her up, declared part and lot with the woman who so long ago had given her father up. Soames clenched his hands. Given him up? And why? What had been wrong with him? And once more he felt the malaise of one who contemplates himself as seen by another, like a dog who chances on his reflection in a mirror, and is intrigued and anxious at the unseizable thing. Not in a hurry to get home, he dined in town at the connoisseur's. While eating a pear, it suddenly occurred to him that, if he had not gone down to Robin Hill, the boy might not have so decided. He remembered the expression on his face while his mother was refusing the hand he had held out. A strange, an awkward thought. Had Fleur cooked her own goose by trying to make too sure? He reached home at 9:30. While the car was passing in at one drive gate, he heard the grinding sputter of a motorcycle passing out by the other. Young Mont, no doubt, so Fleur had not been lonely. But he went in with a sinking heart. In the cream-panelled drawing-room she was sitting, with her elbows on her knees, and her chin on her clasped hands, in front of a white camellia plant which filled the fireplace. That glance at her before she saw him renewed his dread. What was she seeing among those white camellias? "Well, father?" Soames shook his head. His tongue failed him. This was murderous work. He saw her eyes dilate, her lips quivering. "What? Quick, father!" "My dear," said Soames, I did my best, but—" And again he shook his head. Fleur ran to him and put her hand on each of his shoulders. "She?" "No," muttered Soames. "He. I was to tell you that it was no use. He must do what his father wished before he died." He caught her by the waist. "Come, child, don't let them hurt you. They're not worth your little finger." Fleur tore herself from his grasp. "You couldn't have tried. You betrayed me, father." Bitterly wounded, Soames gazed at her passionate figure writhing there in front of him. You didn't try. You didn't. I was a fool. I won't believe he ever could. Only yesterday he... Oh, why did I ask you?" "Yes," said Soames quietly. "Why did you? I swallowed my feelings. I did my best for you against my judgment. And this is my reward. Good night." With every nerve in his body twitching, he went toward the door. Fleur darted after him. "He gives me up? You mean that, father?" Soames turned and forced himself to answer. "Yes." "Oh!" cried Fleur. What could you have done in those old days?" The breathless sense of really monstrous injustice cut the power of speech in Soames's throat. What had he done? What had they done to him? And with quite unconscious dignity he put his hand on his breast and looked at her. "It's a shame!" cried Fleur passionately. Soames went out. He mounted slow and icy to his picture gallery and paced among his treasures. Outrageous! Oh, outrageous! She was spoiled. Ah! And who had spoiled her? He stood still before the Goya copy. Accustomed to her own way in everything, flower of his life, and now that she couldn't have it. He turned to the window for some air. Daylight was dying, the moon rising gold behind the poplars. What sound was that? Why, that piano thing, a dark tune with a thrum and a throb. She had set it going. What comfort could she get from that? His eyes caught movement down there beyond the lawn, under the trellis of rambler roses and young acacia trees, where the moonlight fell. There she was, roaming up and down. His heart gave a little sickening jump. What would she do under this blow? How could he tell? What did he know of her? He had only loved her all his life, looked on her as the apple of his eye. He knew nothing, had no notion. There she was, and that dark tune, and the river gleaming in the moonlight. I must go out, he thought. He hastened down to the drawing-room, lighted just as he had left it, with the piano thrumming out that waltz, or foxtrot, or whatever they call it these days, and passed through onto the veranda. Where could he watch without her seeing him? And he stole down through the fruit garden to the boat-house. He was between her and the river now, and his heart felt lighter. She was his daughter, and Annette's. She wouldn't do anything foolish. But there it was. He didn't know. From the boat-house window he could see the last acacia and the spin of her skirt when she turned in her restless march. That tune had run down at last, thank goodness. He crossed the floor and looked through the farther window at the water slow flowing past the lilies. It made little bubbles against them, bright where a moon-streak fell. He remembered suddenly that early morning when he had slept on the houseboat after his father died, and she had just been born, nearly 19 years ago. Even now he recalled the unaccustomed world when he woke up, the strange feeling it had given him. That day the second passion of his life began, for this girl of his roaming under the acacias. What a comfort she had been to him, and all the soreness and sense of outrage left him. If he could make her happy again, he didn't care. An owl flew, queaking, queaking. A bat flitted by. The moonlight brightened and broadened on the water. How long was she going to roam about like this? He went back to the window, and suddenly saw her coming down to the bank. She stood quite close on the landing-stage, and Soames watched, clenching his hands. Should he speak to her? His excitement was intense, the stillness of her figure, its youth, its absorption in despair, in longing, in itself. He would always remember it, moonlit like that, and the faint sweet reek of the river, and the shivering of the willow leaves. She had everything in the world that he could give her, except the one thing that she could not have, because of him. The perversity of things hurt him at that moment, as might a fishbone in his throat. Then, with an infinite relief, he saw her turn back towards the house. What could he give her to make amends? Pearls, travel, horses, other young men, anything she wanted, that he might lose the memory of her young figure lonely by the water. There, she had set that tune going again. Why? It was a mania. Dark, thrumming, faint, travelling from the house. It was as though she had said, "If I can't have something to keep me going, I shall die of this." Soames dimly understood. Well, if it helped her, let her keep it thrumming on all night. And, mousing back through the fruit garden, he regained the veranda. Though he meant to go in and speak to her now, he still hesitated, not knowing what to say, trying hard to recall how it felt to be thwarted in love. He ought to know, ought to remember, and he could not. Gone, all real recollection, except that it had hurt him horribly. In this blankness he stood, passing his handkerchief over hands and lips, which were very dry. By craning his head he could just see Fleur, standing with her back to that piano still grinding out its tune, her arms tight crossed on her breast, a lighted cigarette between her lips, whose smoke half veiled her face. The expression on it was strange to Soames. The eyes shone and stared, and every feature was alive with a sort of wretched scorn and anger. Once or twice he had seen Annette look like that. The face was too vivid, too naked, not his daughter's at that moment. And he dared not go in, realizing the futility of any attempt at consolation. He sat down in the shadow of the ingle-nook. Monstrous trick that fate had played him. Nemesis. That old unhappy marriage. And in God's name, why? How was he to know, when he wanted Irene so violently, and she consented to be his, that she would never love him? The tune died and was renewed, and died again, and still Soames sat in the shadow, waiting for he knew not what. The fag of Fleur's cigarette flung through the window fell on the grass. He watched it glowing, burning itself out. The moon had freed herself above the poplars, and poured her unreality on the garden. Comfortless light, mysterious, withdrawn, like the beauty of that woman who had never loved him, dappling the nemesias and the stocks with a vesture not of earth. Flowers, and his flowers so unhappy. Ah, why could not one put happiness into local loans, gild its edges, insure it against going down? Light had ceased to flow out now from the drawing-room window. All was silent and dark in there. Had she gone up? He rose, and, tiptoeing, peered in. It seemed so. He entered. The veranda kept the moonlight out, and at first he could see nothing but the outlines of furniture blacker than the darkness. He groped towards the farther window to shut it. His foot struck a chair, and he heard a gasp. There she was, curled and crushed into the corner of the sofa. His hand hovered. Did she want his consolation? He stood, gazing at that ball of crushed frills and hair and graceful youth, trying to burrow its way out of sorrow. How leave her there? At last he touched her hair and said, "Come, darling, better go to bed. I'll make it up to you somehow." How fatuous! But what could he have said? End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 9 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3. To Let by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 9. Under the Oak Tree. When their visitor had disappeared, John and his mother stood without speaking, till he said suddenly, "I ought to have seen him out." But Soames was already walking down the drive, and John went upstairs to his father's studio, not trusting himself to go back. The expression on his mother's face confronting the man she had once been married to had sealed a resolution growing within him ever since she left him the night before. It had put the finishing touch of reality. To marry Fleur would be to hit his mother in the face, to betray his dead father. It was no good. John had the least resentful of natures. He bore his parents no grudge in this hour of his distress. For one so young there was a rather strange power in him of seeing things in some sort of proportion. It was worse for Fleur, worse for his mother even, than it was for him. Harder than to give up was to be given up, or to be the cause of someone you loved giving up for you. He must not, would not, behave grudgingly. While he stood watching the tardy sunlight, he had again that sudden vision of the world which had come to him the night before. Sea on sea, country on country, millions on millions of people, all with their own lives, energies, joys, griefs, and suffering, all with things they had to give up, and separate struggles for existence. Even though he might be willing to give up all else for the one thing he couldn't have, he would be a fool to think his feelings mattered much in so vast a world, and to behave like a cry-baby or a cad. He pictured the people who had nothing, the millions who had given up life in the war, the millions whom the war had left with life and little else, the hungry children he had read of, the shattered men, people in prison, every kind of unfortunate, and they did not help him much. If one had to miss a meal, what comfort in the knowledge that many others had to miss it too. There was more distraction in the thought of getting away out into this vast world of which he knew nothing yet. He could not go on staying here, walled in and sheltered, with everything so slick and comfortable, and nothing to do but brood and think what might have been. He could not go back to Wansdon and the memories of Fleur. If he saw her again, he could not trust himself, and if he stayed here or went back there, he would surely see her. While they were within reach of each other, that must happen. To go far away, and quickly, was the only thing to do. But, however much he loved his mother, he did not want to go away with her. Then, feeling that was brutal, he made up his mind desperately to propose that they should go to Italy. For 2 hours in that melancholy room he tried to master himself, dressed solemnly for dinner. His mother had done the same. They ate little at some length, and talked of his father's catalogue. The show was arranged for October, and beyond clerical detail there was nothing more to do. After dinner she put on a cloak, and they went out, walked a little, talked a little, till they were standing silent at last beneath the oak tree, ruled by the thought, "If I show anything, I show all." John put his arm through hers and said quite casually, "Mother, let's go to Italy." Irene pressed his arm and said as casually, "It would be very nice, but I've been thinking you ought to see and do more than you would if I were with you." "But then you'd be alone." "I was once alone for more than 12 years. Besides, I should like to be here for the opening of father's show." John's grip tightened round her arm. He was not deceived. "You couldn't stay here all by yourself. It's too big." "Not here, perhaps. In London, and I might go to Paris after the show opens. You ought to have a year at least, John, and see the world." "Yes, I'd like to see the world and rough it, but I don't want to leave you all alone." "My dear, I owe you that at least. If it's for your good, it'll be for mine. Why not start to-morrow? You've got your passport." "Yes, if I'm going, it had better be at once. Only, mother, if I wanted to stay out somewhere, America or anywhere, would you mind coming presently?" "Wherever and whenever you send for me. But don't send until you really want me." John drew a deep breath. "I feel England's choky." They stood a few minutes longer under the oak tree, looking out to where the grandstand at Epsom was veiled in evening. The branches kept the moonlight from them, so that it only fell everywhere else, over the fields and far away, and on the windows of the creeped house behind, which soon would be to let. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 10 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3. To Let by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 10. Fleur's Wedding. The October paragraphs describing the wedding of Fleur Forsyte to Michael Mont hardly conveyed the symbolic significance of this event. In the union of the great-granddaughter of Superior Dosset with the heir of a 9th baronet was the outward and visible sign of that merger of class in class which buttresses the political stability of a realm. The time had come when the Forsytes might resign their natural resentment against a flummery not theirs by birth, and accept it as the still more natural due of their possessive instincts. Besides, they had to mount to make room for all those so much more newly rich. In that quiet but tasteful ceremony in Hanover Square, and afterward among the furniture in Green Street, it had been impossible for those not in the know to distinguish the Forsyte troop from the Mont contingent. So far away was Superior Dosset now. Was there, in the crease of his trousers, the expression of his moustache, his accent, or the shine on his top hat, A pin to choose between Soames and the 9th Baronet himself? Was not Fleur as self-possessed, quick, glancing, pretty, and hard as the likeliest Muscombe, Mont, or Charwell filly present? If anything, the Forsytes had it in dress and looks and manners. They had become upper class, and now their name would be formally recorded in the stud book, their money joined to land. Whether this was a little late in the day, and those rewards of the possessive instinct, lands, and money destined for the melting pot, was still a question so moot that it was not mooted. After all, Timothy had said consols were going up. Timothy, the last, the missing link. Timothy in extremis on the Bayswater Road, so Francie had reported. It was whispered, too, that this young Mont was a sort of socialist, strangely wise of him, and in the nature of insurance considering the days they lived in. There was no uneasiness on that score. The landed classes produced that sort of amiable foolishness at times, turned to safe uses and confined to theory. As George remarked to his sister Francie, "They'll soon be having puppies. That'll give him pause." The church, with white flowers and something blue in the middle of the east window, looked extremely chaste, as though endeavouring to counteract the somewhat lurid phraseology of a service calculated to keep the thoughts of all on puppies. Forsytes, Haymans, Treatymans sat in the left aisle, Monts, Charwells, Muscombes in the right, while a sprinkling of Fleur's fellow-sufferers at school and of Mont's fellow-sufferers in the war gaped indiscriminately from either side, and 3 maiden ladies who dropped in on their way from Skywards brought up the rear, together with 2 Mont retainers and Fleur's old nurse. In the unsettled state of the country, as full a house as could be expected. Mrs. Val Dartie, who sat with her husband in the 3rd row, squeezed his hand more than once during the performance. To her, who knew the plot of this tragi-comedy, its most dramatic moment was well-nigh painful. I wonder if John knows by instinct, she thought. John, out in British Columbia. She had received a letter from him only that morning which had made her smile and say, "John's in British Columbia, Val, because he wants to be in California. He thinks it's too nice there." "Oh," said Val, "so he's beginning to see a joke again." "He's bought some land and sent for his mother." "What on earth will she do out there?" "All she cares about is John. Do you still think it is a happy release?" Val's shrewd eyes narrowed to grey pinpoints between their dark lashes. "Fleur wouldn't have suited him a bit. She's not bred right." "Poor little Fleur," sighed Holly. Ah, it was strange, this marriage. The young man, Mont, had caught her on the rebound, of course, in the reckless mood of one whose ship has just gone down. Such a plunge could not but be, as Val put it, an outside chance. There was little to be told from the back view of her young cousin's veil, and Holly's eyes reviewed the general aspect of this Christian wedding. She, who had made a love match which had been successful, had a horror of unhappy marriages. This might not be one in the end, but it was clearly a toss-up. And to consecrate a toss-up in this fashion with manufactured unction before a crowd of fashionable free thinkers, for who thought otherwise than freely or not at all when they were dolled up, seemed to her as near a sin as one could find in an age which had abolished them. Her eyes wandered from the prelate in his robes, a Charwell, the Forsytes had not as yet produced a prelate, to Val, beside her, thinking, she was certain, of the Mayfly filly at 15-1 for the Cambridgeshire. They passed on and caught the profile of the 9th Baronet, in counterfeitement of the kneeling process. She could just see the neat ruck above his knees where he had pulled his trousers up, and thought, "Val's forgotten to pull up his." Her eyes passed to the pew in front of her, where Winifred's substantial form was gowned with passion, and on again to Soames and Annette kneeling side by side. A little smile came on her lips, Prosper Profonde, back from the South Seas of the Channel, would be kneeling too, about 6 rows behind. Yes, this was a funny, small business, however it turned out. Still, it was in a proper church, and would be in the proper papers tomorrow morning. They had begun a hymn. She could hear the 9th Baronet across the aisle singing of the hosts of Midian. Her little finger touched Val's thumb. They were holding the same hymn book, and a tiny thrill passed through her, preserved from 20 years ago. He stooped and whispered, "I say, do you remember the rat?" The rat at their wedding in Cape Colony, which had cleaned its whiskers behind the table of the registrars. And between her little and third fingers she squeezed his thumb hard. The hymn was over. The prelate had begun to deliver his discourse. He told them of the dangerous times they lived in, and the awful conduct of the House of Lords in connection with divorce. They were all soldiers, he said, in the trenches under the poisonous gas of the Prince of Darkness, and must be manful. The purpose of marriage was children, not mere sinful happiness. An imp danced in Holly's eyes. Val's eyelashes were meeting. Whatever happened, he must not snore. Her finger and thumb closed on his thigh till he stirred uneasily. The discourse was over, the danger past. They were signing in the vestry, and general relaxation had set in. A voice behind her said, "Will she stay the course?" "Who's that?" she whispered. "Old George Forsyte." Holly demurely scrutinized one of whom she had often heard. Fresh from South Africa, and ignorant of her kith and kin, she never saw one without an almost childish curiosity. He was very big and very dapper. His eyes gave her a funny feeling of having no particular clothes. "They're off," she heard him say. They came, stepping from the chancel. Holly looked first in young Mont's face. His lips and ears were twitching. His eyes, shifting from his feet to the hand within his arm, stared suddenly before them as if to face a firing party. He gave Holly the feeling that he was spiritually intoxicated. But Fleur, that was different. The girl was perfectly composed, prettier than ever, in her white robes and veil over her banged dark chestnut hair. Her eyelids hovered demure over her dark hazel eyes. Outwardly she seemed all there, but inwardly where was she? As those two passed, Fleur raised her eyelids. The restless glint of those clear whites remained on Holly's vision, as might the flutter of caged birds' wings. In Green Street Winifred stood to receive, just a little less composed than usual. Soames' request for the use of her house had come on her at a deeply psychological moment. Under the influence of a remark of Prosper Profonde, she had begun to exchange her empire for expressionistic furniture. There were the most amusing arrangements, with violet, green, and orange blobs and scriggles, to be had at Melard's. Another month and the change would have been complete. Just now the very intriguing recruits she had enlisted did not march too well with the old guard. It was as if her regiment were half in khaki, half in scarlet and bearskins. But her strong and comfortable character made the best of it, in a drawing-room which typified, perhaps more perfectly than she imagined, the semi-Bolshevized imperialism of her country. After all, this was a day of merger, and you couldn't have too much of it. Her eyes travelled indulgently among her guests. Soames had gripped the back of a buhl chair. Young Mont was behind that awfully amusing screen, which no one as yet had been able to explain to her. The 9th Baronet had shied violently at a round scarlet table, inlaid under glass with blue Australian butteries wings, and was clinging to her Louis XV cabinet. Francie Forsyte had seized the new mantel-board, finely carved with little purple grotesques on an ebony ground. George, over by the old spinet, was holding a little sky-blue book as if about to enter bets. Prosper Profonde was twiddling the knob of the open door, black with peacock-blue panels, and Annette's hands, close by, were grasping her own waist. 2 Muscombes clung to the balcony among the plants, as if feeling ill. Lady Mont, thin and brave-looking, had taken up her long-handled glasses, and was gazing at the central light-shade of ivory and orange dashed with deep magenta, as if the heavens had opened. Everybody, in fact, seemed holding on to something. Only Fleur, still in her bridal dress, was detached from all support, flinging her words and glances to left and right. The room was full of the bubble and squeak of conversation. Nobody could hear anything that anybody said, which seemed of little consequence, since no one waited for anything so slow as an answer. Modern conversation seemed to Winifred so different from the days of her prime, when a drawl was all the vogue. Still it was amusing, which was, of course, all that mattered. Even the Forsytes were talking with extreme rapidity, Fleur and Christopher and Imogen and young Nicholas's youngest, Patrick. Soames, of course, was silent, but George, by the spinet, kept up a running commentary, and Francie by her mantel-shelf. Winifred drew nearer to the 9th Baronet. He seemed to promise a certain repose. His nose was fine and drooped a little, his grey moustaches too, and she said, drawling through her smile, "It's rather nice, isn't it?" His reply shot out of his smile like a snipped bread pellet. "Do you remember in Fraser the tribe that buries the bride up to the waist?" He spoke as fast as anybody. He had dark, lively little eyes, too, all crinkled round like a Catholic priest's. Winifred felt suddenly he might say things she would regret. "They're always so amusing, weddings," she murmured, and moved on to Soames. He was curiously still, and Winifred saw at once what was dictating his immobility. To his right was George Forsyte, to his left Annette and Prosper Profond. He could not move without either seeing those two together, or the reflection of them in George Forsyte's gaping eyes. He was quite right not to be taking notice. "They say Timothy's sinking," he said glumly. "Where will you put him, Soames?" "Highgate." He counted on his fingers. "It'll make 12 of them there, including wives. How do you think Fleur looks?" "Remarkably well." Soames nodded. He had never seen her look prettier, yet he could not rid himself of the impression that this business was unnatural, remembering still that crushed figure burrowing into the corner of the sofa. From that night to this day he had received from her no confidences. He knew from his chauffeur that she had made one more attempt on Robin Hill and drawn blank. An empty house, no one at home. He knew that she had received a letter, but not what was in it, except that it had made her hide herself and cry. He had remarked that she looked at him sometimes, when she thought he wasn't noticing, as if she were wondering still what he had done, forsooth, to make these people hate him so. Well, there it was. Annette had come back, and things had worn on through the summer, very miserable, till suddenly Fleur had said she was going to marry young Mont. She had shown him a little more affection when she told him that, and he had yielded. What was the good of opposing it? God knew that he had never wished to thwart her in anything. And the young man seemed quite delirious about her. No doubt she was in a reckless mood, and she was young, absurdly young. But if he opposed her, he didn't know what she would do. For all he could tell, she might want to take up a profession, become a doctor or solicitor or some such nonsense. She had no aptitude for painting, writing, music, in his view the legitimate occupations of unmarried women, if they must do something in these days. On the whole, she was safer married, for he could see too well how feverish and restless she was at home. Annette too had been in favour of it. Annette, from behind the veil of his refusal to know what she was about, if she was about anything. Annette had said, "Let her marry this young man. He's a nice boy, not so highty-flighty as he seems." Where she got her expressions he didn't know, but her opinion soothed his doubts. His wife, whatever her conduct, had clear eyes and an almost depressing amount of common sense. He had settled 50,000 on Fleur, taking care that there was no cross-settlement in case it didn't turn out well. Could it turn out well? She had not got over that other boy. He knew. They were to go to Spain for the honeymoon. He would be even lonelier when she was gone. But later, perhaps, she would forget and turn to him again. Winifred's voice broke on his reverie. "Why, of all wonders, June! There, in the jibbah. What things she wore, with her hair straying from under a fillet. Soames saw his cousin, and Fleur going forward to greet her." The two passed from their view out onto the stairway. "Really," said Winifred, "she does the most impossible things. Fancy her coming!" "What made you ask her?" muttered Soames. "Because I thought she wouldn't accept, of course." Winifred had forgotten that behind conduct lies the main trend of character, or in other words, omitted to remember that Fleur was now a lame duck. On receiving her invitation, June had first thought, "I wouldn't go near them for the world," and then one morning had awakened from a dream of Fleur waving to her from a boat with a wild, unhappy gesture, and she had changed her mind. When Fleur came forward and said to her, "Do come up while I'm changing my dress," she followed up the stairs. The girl led the way into Imogen's old bedroom, set ready for her toilet. June sat down on the bed, thin and upright, like a little spirit in the sere and yellow. Fleur locked the door. The girl stood before her, divested of her wedding dress. What a pretty thing she was! "I suppose you think me a fool," she said, with quivering lips, "when it was to have been John. But what does it matter? Michael wants me, and I don't care. It'll get me away from home." Diving her hand into the frills on her breast, she brought out a letter. "John wrote me this." June read: "Lake Okanagan, British Columbia. I'm not coming back to England. Bless you always, John." "She's made safe, you see," said Fleur. June handed back the letter. "That's not fair to Irene," she said. "She always told John he could do as he wished." Fleur smiled bitterly. "Tell me, didn't she spoil your life too?" June looked up. "Nobody can spoil a life, my dear. That's nonsense. Things happen, but we bob up." With a sort of terror she saw the girl sink on her knees and bury her face in the jibbah. A strangled sob mounted to June's ears. "It's all right," she murmured. "Don't. There." But the point of the girl's chin was pressed ever closer into her thigh, and the sound was dreadful of her sobbing. Well, it had to come. She would feel better afterward. June stroked the short hair of that shapely head, and all the scattered mother sense in her focused itself and passed through the tips of her fingers into the girl's brain. "Don't sit down under it, my dear," she said at last. "We can't control life, but we can fight it. Make the best of things. I've had to. I held on, like you, and I cried, as you're crying now. And look at me." Fleur raised her head. A sob merged suddenly into a little choked laugh. In truth, it was a thin and rather wild and wasted spirit she was looking at, but it had brave eyes. "All right," she said. "I'm sorry. I shall forget him, I suppose, if I fly fast and far enough." And, scrambling to her feet, she went over to the washstand. June watched her removing with cold water the traces of emotion. Save for a little becoming pinkness, there was nothing left when she stood before the mirror. June got off the bed and took a pin-cushion in her hand. To put 2 pins into the wrong places was all the vent she found for sympathy. "Give me a kiss," she said when Fleur was ready, and dug her chin into the girl's warm cheek. "I want a whiff," said Fleur. "Don't wait." June left her, sitting on the bed with a cigarette between her lips and her eyes half closed, and went downstairs. In the doorway of the drawing-room stood Soames, as if unquiet at his daughter's tardiness. June tossed her head and passed down onto the half-landing. Her cousin Francie was standing there. "Look," said June, pointing with her chin at Soames. "That man's fatal." "How do you mean?" said Francie. "Fatal?" June did not answer her. "I shan't wait to see them off," she said. "Good-bye." "Good-bye," said Francie, and her eyes of a Celtic grey goggled. That old feud! Really, it was quite romantic. Soames, moving to the well of the staircase, saw June go, and drew a breath of satisfaction. Why didn't Fleur come? They would miss their train. That train would bear her away from him. Yet he could not help fidgeting at the thought that they would lose it. And then she did come, running down in her tan-coloured frock and black velvet cap, and passed him into the drawing-room. He saw her kiss her mother, her aunt, Val's wife, Imogen, and then come forth, quick and pretty as ever. How would she treat him at this last moment of her girlhood? He couldn't hope for much. Her lips pressed the middle of his cheek. "Daddy," she said, and was past and gone. Daddy. She hadn't called him that for years. He drew a long breath and followed slowly down. There was all the folly with that confetti stuff and the rest of it to go through with yet. But he would like just to catch her smile if she leaned out, though they would hit her in the eye with the shoe if they didn't take care. Young Mont's voice said fervently in his ear, "Good-bye, sir, and thank you. I'm so fearfully bucked." "Good-bye," he said. "Don't miss your train." He stood on the bottom step but 3, whence he could see above the heads, the silly hats and heads. They were in the car now, and there was that stuff showering, and there went the shoe. A flood of something welled up in Soames, and he didn't know. He couldn't see. End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 11 of To Let. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Forsyte Saga 3, To Let, by John Galsworthy. Part 3, Chapter 11, The Last of the Old Forsytes. When they came to prepare that terrific symbol, Timothy Forsyte, the one pure individualist left, the only man who hadn't heard of the Great War, they found him wonderful. Not even death had undermined his soundness. To Smither and Cook that preparation came like final evidence of what they had never believed possible, the end of the old Forsyte family on earth. Poor Mr. Timothy must now take a harp and sing in the company of Miss Forsyte, Mrs. Julia, Miss Hester, with Mr. Jolyon, Mr. Swithin, Mr. James, Mr. Roger, and Mr. Nicholas of the party. Whether Mrs. Hayman would be there was more doubtful, seeing that she had been cremated. Secretly, Cook thought that Mr. Timothy would be upset. He'd always been so set against barrel organs. How many times had she not said, "Drat the thing, there it is again. Smither, you'd better run up and see what you can do." And in her heart she would have so enjoyed the tunes, if she hadn't known that Mr. Timothy would ring the bell in a minute and say, "Here, take him a halfpenny and tell him to move on." Often they had been obliged to add threepence of their own before the man would go. Timothy had ever underrated the value of emotion. Luckily he had taken the organs for blue bottles in his last years, which had been a comfort, and they had been able to enjoy the tunes. But a harp, Cook wondered. It was a change, and Mr. Timothy had never liked change. But she did not speak of this to Smither, who did so take a line of her own in regard to heaven that it quite put one about sometimes. She cried while Timothy was being prepared, and they all had sherry afterward out of the yearly Christmas bottle, which would not be needed now. Ah dear, she'd been there 45 years, and Smither 43, and now they would be going to a tiny house in Tooting to live on their savings and what Miss Hester had so kindly left them. For to take fresh service after the glorious past, no. But they would just like to see Mr. Soames again, and Mrs. Dartie, and Miss Francie, and Miss Euphemia, and even if they had to take their own cab, they felt they must go to the funeral. For 6 years Mr. Timothy had been their baby, getting younger and younger every day, till at last he had been too young to live. They spent the regulation hours of waiting in polishing and dusting, in catching the one mouse left, and asphyxiating the last beetle, so as to leave it nice, discussing with each other what they would buy at the sale. Miss Anne's work-box, Miss Julie's, that is Mrs. Julia's, seaweed album, the fire-screen Miss Hester had crewelled, and Mr. Timothy's hair, little golden curls glued into a black frame. Oh, they must have those. Only the price of things had gone up so. It fell to Soames to issue invitations for the funeral. He had them drawn up by Gradman in his office. Only blood relations, and no flowers. 6 carriages were ordered. The will would be read afterward at the house. He arrived at 11 o'clock to see that all was ready. At 15:15 old Gradman came in black gloves and crape on his hat. He and Soames stood in the drawing-room waiting. At 11:30 the carriages drew up in a long row, but no one else appeared. Gradman said, "It surprises me, Mr. Soames. I posted them myself." "I don't know," said Soames. "He'd lost touch with the family." Soames had often noticed in old days how much more neighbourly his family were to the dead than to the living. But now the way they had flocked to Fleur's wedding and abstained from Timothy's funeral seemed to show some vital change. There might of course be another reason, for Soames felt that if he had not known the contents of Timothy's will, he might have stayed away himself through delicacy. Timothy had left a lot of money, with nobody in particular to leave it to. They mightn't like to seem to expect something. At 12 o'clock the procession left the door, Timothy alone in the first carriage under glass. Then Soames alone, then Gradman alone, then Cook and Smither together. They started at a walk, but were soon trotting under a bright sky. At the entrance to Highgate Cemetery they were delayed by service in the chapel. Soames would have liked to stay outside in the sunshine. He didn't believe a word of it. On the other hand, it was a form of insurance which could not safely be neglected, in case there might be something in it after all. They walked up, 2 and 2, he and Gradman, Cook and Smither, to the family vault. It was not very distinguished for the funeral of the last old Forsyte. He took Gradman into his carriage on the way back to the Bayswater Road, with a certain glow in his heart. He had a surprise in pickle for the old chap who had served the Forsytes 54 years, a treat that was entirely his doing. How well he remembered saying to Timothy the day after Aunt Hester's funeral, "Well, Uncle Timothy, there's Gradman. He's taken a lot of trouble for the family. What do you say to leaving him 5,000? And his surprise, seeing the difficulty there had been in getting Timothy to leave anything, when Timothy had nodded. And now the old chap would be as pleased as Punch, for Mrs. Gradman, he knew, had a weak heart, and their son had lost a leg in the war. It was extraordinarily gratifying to Soames to have left him £5,000 of Timothy's money. They sat down together in the little drawing-room, whose walls, like a vision of heaven, were sky-blue and gold, with every picture-frame unnaturally bright, and every speck of dust removed from every piece of furniture, to read that little masterpiece, The Will of Timothy. With his back to the light in Aunt Hester's chair, Soames faced Gradman with his face to the light on Aunt Anne's sofa, and crossing his legs, began: "This is the last will and testament of me, Timothy Forsyte, of the Bower, Bayswater Road, London. I appoint my nephew Soames Forsyte, of the Shelter, Mapledurham, and Thomas Grabman, of 159 Folly Road, Highgate, hereinafter called my trustees, to be the trustees and executors of this my will. To the said Soames Forsyte I leave the sum of £1,000 free of legacy duty, and to the said Thomas Grabman I leave the sum of £5,000 free of legacy duty." Soames paused. Old Grabman was leaning forward, convulsively gripping a stout black knee with each of his thick hands. His mouth had fallen open, so that the gold fillings of 3 teeth gleamed. His eyes were blinking. 2 tears rolled slowly out of them. Soames read hastily on. "All the rest of my property, of whatsoever description, I bequeath to my trustees upon trust, to convert and hold the same upon the following trusts, namely, to pay thereout all my debts, funeral expenses, and outgoings of any kind in connection with my will, and to hold the residue thereof in trust for that male lineal descent of my father Jolyon Forsyte by his marriage with Anne Pierce, who, after the decease of all lineal descendants, whether male or female, of my said father by his said marriage, in being at the time of my death, shall last attain the age of 21 years absolutely, it being my desire that my property shall be nursed to the extreme limit permitted by the laws of England, for the benefit of such male lineal descent as aforesaid." Soames read the investment and attestation clauses, and, ceasing, looked at Grabman. The old fellow was wiping his brow with a large handkerchief, whose brilliant colour supplied a sudden festive tinge to the proceedings. "My word, Mr. Soames," he said, and it was clear that the lawyer in him had utterly wiped out the man. "My word! Why, there are 2 babies now, and some quite young children. If one of them lives to be 80, it's not a great age, and add 21, that's 100 years. And Mr. Timothy worth £150,000 net if he's worth a penny. Compound interest at 5% doubles you in 14 years. In 14 years, 300,000, 600,000 in 28, 1,200,000 in 42, 2,400,000 in 56, 4,800,000 in 70, 9,600,000 in 84. Why, in 100 years it'll be 20 million, and we shan't live to use it. It is a will." Soames said dryly, "Anything may happen. The State might take the lot. They're capable of anything in these days." "And carry 5, said Grabman to himself. "I forgot. Mr. Timothy's in consols. We shall get more than 2% with this income tax. To be on the safe side, say 8 millions. Still, that's a pretty penny." Soames rose and handed him the will. "You're going into the city. Take care of that, and do what's necessary. Advertise. But there are no debts. When's the sale?" "Tuesday week," said Grabman. "Life or lives in being, and 21 years afterward. It's a long way off. But I'm glad he's left it in the family." The sale, not at Jobson's in view of the Victorian nature of the effects, was far more freely attended than the funeral, though not by cook and smither, for Soames had taken it on himself to give them their heart's desires. Winifred was present, Euphemia and Francie, and Eustace had come in his car. The miniatures, Barbizons, and J.R. drawings had been bought in by Soames, and relics of no marketable value were set aside in an off-room for members of the family who cared to have mementos. These were the only restrictions upon bidding, characterized by an almost tragic languor. Not one piece of furniture, no picture or porcelain figure appealed to modern taste. The hummingbirds had fallen like autumn leaves when taken from where they had not hummed for 60 years. It was painful to Soames to see the chairs his aunts had sat on, the little grand piano they had practically never played, the books whose outsides they had gazed at, the china they had dusted, the curtains they had drawn, the hearthrug which had warmed their feet, above all, the beds they had lain and died in, sold to little dealers and the housewives of Fulham. And yet, what could one do? Buy them and stick them in a lumber room? No, they had to go the way of all flesh and furniture and be worn out. But when they put up Aunt Anne's sofa and were going to knock it down for 30 shillings, he cried out suddenly, £5! The sensation was considerable, and the sofa his. When that little sale was over in the fusty sale-room, and those Victorian ashes scattered, he went out into the misty October sunshine, feeling as if cosiness had died out of the world, and the board "To Let" was up indeed. Revolutions on the horizon, Fleur in Spain, no comfort in Annette, no Timothy's on the Bayswater Road. In the irritable desolation of his soul he went into the Gounod gallery. That chap Jolyon's watercolours were on view there. He went in to look down his nose at them. It might give him some faint satisfaction. The news had trickled through from June to Val's wife, from her to Val, from Val to his mother, from her to Soames, that the house, the fatal house at Robin Hill, was for sale, and Irene going to join her boy out in British Columbia or some such place. For one wild moment the thought had come to Soames, "Why shouldn't I buy it back? I meant it for mine." No sooner come than gone. Too lugubrious a triumph, with too many humiliating memories for himself and Fleur. She would never live there after what had happened. No, the place must go its way to some peer or profiteer. It had been a bone of contention from the first, the shell of the feud, and with the woman gone, it was an empty shell. For sale or to let? With his mind's eye he could see that board raised high above the ivied wall which he had built. He passed through the first of the 2 rooms in the gallery. There was certainly a body of work. And now that the fellow was dead, it did not seem so trivial. The drawings were pleasing enough, with quite a sense of atmosphere, and something individual in the brushwork. His father and my father, he and I, his child and mine, thought Soames. So it had gone on, and all about that woman. Softened by the events of the past week, affected by the melancholy beauty of the autumn day, Soames came nearer than he'd ever been to realization of that truth, passing the understanding of a Forsyte pure, that the body of beauty has a spiritual essence, uncapturable save by a devotion which thinks not of self. After all, he was near that truth in his devotion to his daughter. Perhaps that made him understand a little how he had missed the prize. And there, among the drawings of his kinsman, who had attained to that which he had found beyond his reach, he thought of him and her with a tolerance which surprised him. But he did not buy a drawing. Just as he passed the seat of custom on his return to the outer air, he met with a contingency which had not been entirely absent from his mind when he went into the gallery. Irene herself coming in. So she had not gone yet, and was still paying farewell visits to that fellow's remains. He subdued the little involuntary leap of his subconsciousness, the mechanical reaction of his senses to the charm of this once owned woman, and passed her with averted eyes. But when he had gone by, he could not for the life of him help looking back. This, then, was finality. The heat and stress of his life, the madness and the longing thereof, the only defeat he had known, would be over when she faded from his view this time. Even such memories had their own queer, aching value. She too was looking back. Suddenly she lifted her gloved hand. Her lips smiled faintly. Her dark eyes seemed to speak. It was the turn of Soames to make no answer to that smile and that little farewell wave. He went out into the fashionable street, quivering from head to foot. He knew what she had meant to say. "Now that I am going for ever out of the reach of you and yours, forgive me. I wish you well." That was the meaning, last sign of that terrible reality. passing morality, duty, common sense, her aversion from him who had owned her body, but had never touched her spirit or her heart. It hurt. Yes, more than if she had kept her mask unmoved, her hand unlifted. 3 days later, in that fast yellowing October, Soames took a taxicab to Highgate Cemetery, and mounted through its white forest to the Forsyte vault. Close to the cedar, above catacombs and columbaria, tall, ugly, and individual, it looked like an apex of the competitive system. He could remember a discussion wherein Swithin had advocated the addition to its face of the pheasant proper. The proposal had been rejected in favour of a wreath in stone above the stark words, "The family vault of Jolyon Forsyte, 1850." It was in good order. All trace of the recent interment had been removed, and its sober grey gloomed reposefully in the sunshine. The whole family lay there now, except old Jolyon's wife, who had gone back under a contract to her own family vault in Suffolk. Old Jolyon himself lying at Robin Hill, and Susan Hayman, cremated, so that none knew where she might be. Soames gazed at it with satisfaction. Massive, needing little attention. And this was important, for he was well aware that no one would attend to it when he himself was gone, and he would have to be looking out for lodgings soon. He might have 20 years before him, but one never knew. 20 years without an aunt or uncle, with a wife of whom one had better not know anything, with a daughter gone from home. His mood inclined to melancholy and retrospection. This cemetery was full, they said, of people with extraordinary names buried in extraordinary taste. Still, they had a fine view up here, right over London. Annette had once given him a story to read by that Frenchman, Maupassant, most lugubrious concern, where all the skeletons emerged from their graves one night, and all the pious inscriptions on the stones were altered to descriptions of their sins. Not a true story at all. He didn't know about the French, but there was not much real harm in English people except their teeth and their taste, which was certainly deplorable. The family vault of Jolyon Forsyte, 1850. A lot of people have been buried here since then. A lot of English life crumbled to mould and dust. The boom of an airplane passing under the gold-tinted clouds caused him to lift his eyes. The deuce of a lot of expansion had gone on. But it all came back to a cemetery, to a name and a date on a tomb. And he thought, with a curious pride, that he and his family had done little or nothing to help this feverish expansion. Good, solid middlemen, they had gone to work with dignity to manage and possess. Superior Dorset, indeed, had built in a dreadful and Jolyon painted in a doubtful period, but so far as he remembered, not another of them all had soiled his hands by creating anything, unless you counted Val Dartie and his horse-breeding. Collectors, solicitors, barristers, merchants, publishers, accountants, directors, land agents, even soldiers, there they had been. The country had expanded, as it were, in spite of them. They had checked, controlled, defended, and taken advantage of the process. And when you considered how Superior Dorset had begun life with next to nothing, and his lineal descendants already owned what old Gradman estimated at between £1 million and £1.5 million, it was not so bad. And yet he sometimes felt as if the family bolt was shot, their possessive instinct dying out. They seemed unable to make money, this fourth generation. They were going into art, literature, farming, or the army, or just living on what was left them. They had no push and no tenacity. They would die out if they didn't care. Soames turned from the vault and faced toward the breeze. The air up here would be delicious, if only he could rid his nerves of the feeling that mortality was in it. He gazed restlessly at the crosses and the urns, the angels, the immortelles, the flowers, gaudy or withering. And suddenly he noticed a spot which seemed so different from anything else up there that he was obliged to walk the few necessary yards and look at it. A sober corner, with a massive queer-shaped cross of grey, rough-hewn granite, guarded by 4 dark yew trees. The spot was free from the pressure of the other graves, having a little box-hedged garden on the far side, and in front a goldening birch tree. This oasis in the desert of conventional graves appealed to the aesthetic sense of Soames, and he sat down there in the sunshine. Through those trembling gold birch leaves he gazed out at London, and yielded to the waves of memory. He thought of Irene in Montpellier Square, when her hair was rusty golden, and her white shoulders his. Irene, the prize of his love-passion, resistant to his ownership. He saw Bosinney's body lying in that white mortuary, and Irene sitting on the sofa looking at space with the eyes of a dying bird. Again he thought of her by the little green niobe in the Bois de Boulogne, once more rejecting him. His fancy took him on beside his drifting river on the November day when Fleur was to be born, took him to the dead leaves floating on the green-tinged water, and the snake-headed weed forever swaying and nosing, sinuous, blind, tethered, and on again to the window open to the cold, starry night above Hyde Park, with his father lying dead. His fancy darted to that picture of the future town, to that boy's and Fleur's first meeting, to the bluish trail of Prosper Profond's cigar, and Fleur in the window pointing down to where the fellow prowled, to the sight of Irene and that dead fellow sitting side by side in the stand at Lord's, to her and that boy at Robin Hill, to the sofa where Fleur lay crushed up in the corner, to her lips pressed into his cheek, and her farewell, "Daddy." And suddenly he saw again Irene's grey gloved hand waving its last gesture of release. He sat there a long time, dreaming his career, faithful to the scut of his possessive instinct, warming himself even with its failures. To let. The Forsyte age and way of life, when a man owned his soul, his investments, and his woman, without check or question. And now the state had, or would have, his investments, his woman had herself, and God knew who had his soul. To let, that sane and simple creed. The waters of change were foaming in, carrying the promise of new forms only when their destructive flood should have passed its full. He sat there, subconscious of them, but with his thoughts resolutely set on the past, as a man might ride into a wild night with his face to the tail of his galloping horse. Athwart the Victorian dykes the waters were rolling on property, manners, and morals, on melody and the old forms of art, waters bringing to his mouth a salt taste as of blood, lapping to the foot of this Highgate Hill, where Victorianism lay buried. And sitting there, high up on its most individual spot, Soames, like a figure of investment, refused their restless sounds. Instinctively he would not fight them. There was in him too much primeval wisdom of man the possessive animal. They would quiet down when they had fulfilled their tidal fever of dispossessing and destroying, when the creations and the properties of others were sufficiently broken and defected. They would lapse and ebb, and fresh forms would rise, based on an instinct older than the fever of change, the instinct of home. "Je m'en fiche," said Prosper Profond. Soames did not say "Je m'en fiche." It was French, and the fellow was a thorn in his side. But deep down he knew that change was only the interval of death between two forms of life, destruction necessary to make room for fresher property. What though the board was up and cosiness to let? Someone would come along and take it again some day. And only one thing really troubled him, sitting there, the melancholy craving in his heart, because the sun was like enchantment on his face, and on the clouds, and on the golden birch leaves, and the wind's rustle was so gentle, and the yew tree green so dark, and the sickle of a moon pale in the sky. He might wish and never get it, the beauty and the loving in the world. End of Part 3, Chapter 11, and of the book To Let. Recording by Simon Evers.